Yeah, please. Semua tidak. Indonesia. Di sana ada Indonesia. Untuk Indonesia, Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang cinta. Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, tunduklah Indonesia. Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku. Cinta Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Respected His Excellency Ambassador Sandeep Chakravarti, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, Dr. Manoj Nesari, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, dear panelists for both our technical sessions, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to this important roundtable on expanding, strengthening cooperation on Ayush and Jammu. It is indeed a privilege to have such an esteemed gathering of expert, policymakers, and practitioners from both India and Indonesia who are united by a shared vision of strengthening India-Indonesia bilateral relations. Friends, we know that India and Indonesia share historical and cultural relations, but the foundation of modern diplomatic relation was laid down in 1949 when we established bilateral relation. And if we look at our bilateral relations journey over the last 75, 76 years, we can clearly see that there has been a lot of progress, especially after 1991 when India adopted Lookist policy and later it morphed into the Actist policy. Over the last 3 decades, we have seen several institutional mechanism has been put in place to shape the bilateral relation. So I would just like to mention a couple of institutions which have played very instrumental role, which is one of that institute or mechanism is trade ministers of both the countries have been meeting quite regularly to strengthen the trade relation. But at the same time, we have also seen the involvement of private sector in terms of CEO forum, which has been put in place to suggest the ways to strengthen the commercial relation between the two nations. And the last CEO round forum was held in January 2024. Apart from this, there are other several joint mechanisms which are in place to strengthen the bilateral relation. Now, apart from these bilateral relation, India's engagement with ASEAN, of which Indonesia is an important member, has also helped us to shape our bilateral relation. So if we look at the progress in our economic relations, so we have seen the trade and investment relation has become more robust. Right now, more than 30 Indian firms are operating in Indonesia. Similarly, the investment from Indonesia to India has also accelerated. In terms of trade, the volume of trade between two countries was below $3 billion in year 2000, which has now increased to 40 billion. So we can see how rapidly the economic engagement between two nations have grown up. Of course, there continues to be some challenges in terms of tariff, non-tariff barrier, and since the review of ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement is going on, some of these challenges will be sorted out. But as we enter into the 76th year of our bilateral relation, it is about time that we reflect on our past achievement, but at the same time explore new avenues of cooperation. So last year we celebrated 75 years, and to commemorate the 75 year, we had a one-day conference where we had people from Indonesia as well as from India, where we kind of ponder on what we can do on economic front, and then maritime front, and then what are the learning in terms of democratic institutions. But one important area of cooperation, which I think offers a lot of opportunities, the traditional medicine, and that's why we have this gathering today. So both the nations have a very robust traditional medicine system. In India, we have Ayurveda. In Indonesia, we have something called Jamu, and these two traditional medicine system offers a very holistic approach for overall well-being. But there are challenges. There are challenges are how we institutionalize these traditional medicine system and integrate them into the modern medical system. Then there are issues of this whole conservation of bioresources, because the core of traditional medicine system is the herbs which are found in wild. So there are challenges, and there is a lot of scope to mutual learning from each other. And in this context, I think today's roundtable is going to be very important. So we have two technical sessions which are going to focus on these two aspects. I strongly believe that the discussion today will not only help us to identify the synergy between the two traditional medicine system, but at the same time will provide us some sort of a blueprint to take our partnership in this sector further. So finally, on the behalf of RIS, I would like to again thank you for being here. And we look forward to a very fruitful discussion. Thank you so much. And now I would request my Director General, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, to come and formally deliver the opening remark. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Pankaj. Good morning and very warm welcome to this event that we have organized today in light of the forthcoming visit of the President of Indonesia as chief guest of the 26th January Republic Day celebrations of India. We are extremely delighted today to have respected Ambassador Gurjeet Singh Ji today with us, an eminent commentator on India-Indonesia partnership. We are also bringing out his paper, which our ASEAN India Center and the team that Pankaj is heading would be bringing it out soon. My very dear friend, our ambassador in Jakarta, Ambassador Sandeep Chakrabarti. So warm welcome, Sandeep Ji, to this consultation. Well-wisher of RIS and one of India's leading commentator on policy making in the Ayush sector, Dr. Manoj Nisri ji. Ayush Ministry and FITM are sort of great initiatives that have come in form of new push for how we bring traditional medicine closer to policy making, to trade and economy, and we take that task forward. As Pankaj rightly mentioned, this initiative is a great effort of none other than our very dear friend, Professor Gautam Jha. So it is his idea and his effort that has got everyone together here. And this could also bring in impetus in terms of how we look at the partnership at macro level and also at the micro level. We are also extremely delighted to have our friends from Jakarta, from Bandung, from Denpasar, also from Tiruvananthapuram and Chi. I am also extremely delighted to welcome Commissioner Dr. Rajendran with us from South Africa, who is also keen observer of how South Africa should evolve a policy for traditional medicine. And he has been tasked by the President of South Africa to lead. He was IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa fellow, IPSA fellow at RIS. So we are extremely delighted to have you with us, Dr. Rajendran. Friends and colleagues, as Pankaj rightly mentioned, this meeting is largely in terms of seeing what we can do at the macro level, which is in a way becoming the strength of India-Indonesia partnership that would drive future commitment for sustainable development goals for SDGs. How we look at President Prabowo's visit, which is coming in soon, in terms of contributing to strengthen bilateral partnership, trying to see how Jammu and Ayush may work together. Already an agreement has to be signed by the two governments to recognize the knowledge flow across the spectrum. But this also crucially depends on biodiversity. India is already facing several challenges in form of supply of right kind of plant material that is needed in adequate numbers. And with the growing expansion and lifestyle changes that people are sort of determined to bring in back in their life, their dependence on herbal medicines, on Ayush medicines, and on traditional system is growing. COVID has given further impetus, which is a blessing in disguise. So our commitment in terms of going back to old system now is no more required to be emphasized. People themselves are adopting, but that also is creating huge stress in terms of the demand of those plants. And with the Ayush Ministry, FITM, and for those of you who are not aware what FITM is, I'm sure my colleague Dr. Namrata Pathak, who is at the end of this table, would bring forward the idea of the joint initiative between RIS and Ayush Ministry to bring forward trade, investment, and technology-related policies for Ayush sector together. And this is something, a partnership with Ayush Ministry, which is going on since 2016. And every year, thanks to Dr. Nisri and Secretary Kotecha, we have established this platform as India's one of the key initiatives to take the task forward. In this whole effort, we are also extremely delighted to bring in another initiative which Honorable Prime Minister dedicated at RIS on 17th of November 2023, which is in form of sharing India's development experience with the Global South. And this experience led to the launch of what is called as Dakshin. The idea is to take the India's development experience and excellence to the Global South. And this is trying to take this proposition forward through establishment of the Global South Center of Excellence, which is led by my colleague, Professor Gulshan Sachdeva, who would come towards the end of the event to give you a sort of perspective as to how global south is to be benefited by the flow of knowledge and exchange of ideas, something that we started from Bandung, and the Bandung spirit of 50s has nurtured this effort continuously. We are also trying to bring forward how the partnership has to be viewed at the broad sort of context. And for that, we requested Ambassador Gurjeet Singh Ji to give a keynote speech today in this session, so that when we are looking into the complementarities in the traditional medicine sector, we do not miss out on the larger picture. The larger picture, as Pankaj rightly mentioned, is in terms of taking the comprehensive strategic partnership forward. The idea is to deepen cooperation on the economic front, on trade front. He was giving the numbers, and I think it's pertinent on our part to see how India-ASEAN partnership, the centrality of ASEAN in the Indo-Pacific region, but also bilateral partnership between India and Indonesia, not only on economic issues, which President Jokowi provided a lot of impetus to, but also continue in the new areas of defense sector. The idea of having the shared vision of maritime cooperation in Indo-Pacific is something that both the countries have evolved, and the ninth edition of Garuda Shakti, which is in terms of our collective commitment to take the exercise which just happened in November forward, is something where countries are committed under the leadership of Sandeep Ji at Jakarta. Many more new areas have come up. Our cooperation in new frontier technologies, in artificial intelligence, our cooperation in ICT, but also in terms of skill development are something which are strengthening. I myself have visited across several think tanks and research institutions in Jakarta. We are in touch with our partner institutions. So far, our focus was on agriculture, on economic partnership, trade partnership, on skill development. But today, thanks to Ayush Ministry, a new chapter is being added to RIS own platform with new institutions and the members and the research communities here from Indonesia. I'm extremely grateful for them to have accepted our invitation and have joined us today. We all very keenly look forward to hearing you. And with these words, I very warmly welcome all of you, and now would request Shri Sandeep Chakravarti ji for his remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for inviting me. I am no specialist on neither Jamu nor Ayurveda, but I have been working closely with Ayush Ministry. Dr. Nesari and I go back some years trying to popularize Ayurveda in United States. In fact, he has been very audacious. He tried to take Ayurveda to Harvard also. So that was something. I'm not aware of what's happening to that, but we did make an inroad into Harvard. I will start by recognizing my senior colleague, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, because he has been a pioneer in many ways in absolutely redefining the India-Indonesia relationship. Sir, you made a comment when we entered that, I'll say it in Hindi, that एक balloon में कितना हवा भरोगे. I think the idea today here is to blow, to inflate more and more balloons. Not एक balloon में बहुत ज़्यादा हवा, कई सारे balloon फुलाने का idea है हम लोगों का, और एक balloon है Ayurveda. Why Ayurveda? Because I think this is one area where there is no competition. Nobody can beat us on Ayurveda. Neither United States, nor West, nor China, nor anybody. So this is something very much up our street. We are the global leaders. in Ayurveda, and over the last decade or so, the kind of effort that Government of India has put in popularizing Ayurveda at home and abroad, I think is commendable. And today, just like yoga is connected to India, Ayurveda is now getting recognized and connected to India. So I think it's a great achievement for which we should feel very proud. And when we talk about Indonesia, we find that there are many traditional medicine practices in Indonesia, because just like India, Indonesia is also a very diverse country with huge biodiversity. And just like any other country, biodiversity in Indonesia is threatened. We are losing biodiversity at a very alarming rate, and even in India, we're losing biodiversity at an alarming rate. And if we lose our biodiversity, then traditional medicine will also be lost. So I think this effort of popularizing Ayurveda not only is a methodology or a pathway for alternate medicine and healing, but also an effort to conserve our biodiversity, to document what we have, and help communities protect the biodiversity. So I think there are two benefits from cooperation in Ayurveda and Jammu. One is, of course, learning from each other, and the second is trying to protect our biodiversity, because Indonesia, as Dr. Nesari was mentioning, there is not only Jammu, but there are many other traditional medicine systems, and some of it is known, some of it is not even known. So in remote parts of Indonesia, in the islands of Indonesia, there are traditional medicinal practices which are not known about, and there is no documentation. As I had said in earlier in the interactions that we have had with what has now been formalized to a certain extent, which is the India-Indonesia Bioresources Center, in collaboration with JNU and experts and think tanks, many of whom are here from Indonesia. We are trying to work to basically open a channel of understanding between Jammu and Ayurveda, and to see if we can formalize to some extent, document, make Jammu more organized than what it is today, like we have achieved in Ayurveda. I think that is the main purpose of this collaboration, and I'm so happy that in a short period of time, thanks to RIS and Dakshin, we are able to hold this round table today. This was unimaginable a few weeks back, and it is really, things have moved very fast, and we have a delegation from Indonesia. I would also like to here recognize this amazing lady from Bali who is here. Monica ji, please stand. She was not supposed to be here, but moment she learnt that we are doing this, she has come. She caught the plane and she has come here, because she in many ways represents what we are talking about, in the sense that she runs Ayurveda Gram in Bali, and she is actually popularizing Ayurveda in Indonesia. Her the center she runs has been recognized by the government of Indonesia. She has won many awards, and I think Chaturvedi ji, we should give her some time so that she can talk about the problem she is facing on the ground. There are regulatory issues. Ayurveda is not recognized in Indonesia, so when she gets doctors, she has to get doctors as spa experts, or beauticians or something like that, which is actually defeating the purpose. But thanks to her courage and persistence, she has now been able to run a very, very popular Ayurveda center in Bali, and now people are reaching out to her to expand to Jakarta also. So she really represents what you were talking about, micro level experience, and I hope during the day we will give her an opportunity to talk about her experience. And I think we need more of that. We need more Ayurveda centers, and also centers which can help in popularizing Jammu within Jammu in Indonesia is popular, but it is not popular in an organized way. You cannot, I think, except for one, maybe you cannot actually go to a wellness center, Jammu wellness center, like we have here. You can go to an Ayurveda center here, get Ayurveda treatment. You can go to Kotakal, or you can go to Jindal, or you can go to the many dispensaries which are run by CGHS or Ministry of Ayush. We don't have that in Indonesia. But Jamu is popular everywhere. You go to the hotel, the welcome drink is a Jamu drink, or you find practitioners on the street. They are using Jamu to treat many illnesses. And one popular illness is, of course, masukanging, which all of us know about. And the only treatment of masukanging is traditional. There is no other treatment of masukanging. So I think later on you will all get to know what is masukanging, and I see Monica smiling. She knows very well what is masukanging. So it is a very popular, but it is not organized. There is no documentation. There are no clinical studies. Whereas in Ayurveda we are now documenting. We are doing clinical studies. So the idea is to bring that to Jammu, and I think this is an amazing initiative. Thanks to RIS and IIBC and JNU for putting this together. I'm always looking for new layers and new opportunities to connect the two countries, and this is one more. So that it allows me to claim more people to people contact, because end of the day, whatever governments may do, unless people connect, I think we are not succeeding. So this is another great example of how universities and think tanks and practitioners are connecting. And I'm very proud of this initiative, and whatever the embassy can do, we will do to help this. I will end by saying that for the first time ever, Ministry of Ayush is going to sign an MOU with BPOM, which is the regulator in Indonesia. That has never happened before. So this is a very welcome development. And thanks to Ministry of Ayush and BPOM. So during the visit of the president, that will be one of the main outcomes. So that will allow us recognition of Ayurveda, and then maybe some of the problems that you face can be solved. So this is a beginning, and the official and the formal part is moving. So, but the track 2 and the track 1.5 is also moving. So that will support more collaboration between India and Indonesia. With these words, once again, thank you, and I wish that today's deliberations will give us some ideas of how to proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sandeep ji, for very comprehensive overview and for highlighting the points and also introducing us to Monica ji. So we would be in touch with you and would take this forward. My colleagues would bring you in. In your folders that we have given the backs, you would find one new newsletter that we have started, Ayush Vaibhav, and it would be good to bring your attention to that, and also encourage my colleagues to record interviews of the people who are here today, so that the next issues can capture that. And Monica, certainly we would be in touch with you and would take that forward. Now let me invite our keynote speaker, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh ji, who was India's ambassador in Indonesia, in Germany, and has been leading sort of more introspective thinking in terms of how we can strengthen cooperation among our countries here, bringing in South-South, but he also brings in the wider perspective of contemporary geopolitics which is emerging, and how the two countries can really cooperate, the limits, the contours, and also the way forward. So over to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi and Dr. Vashisht, for inviting me, and my compliments to you. I learned about FITM and I hope to learn more. Great initiative. I'm also very happy that Dr. Sachdeva is now with you on Dakshin, which is another great initiative. And I'm particularly happy to see my colleague, Ambassador Chakravarti, pure dynamo, as you can see. So I'm very happy that he's in Jakarta and giving this ancient civilization and links new impetus. This morning when I woke up, I didn't feel so good. So I was thinking I needed some jamu, but it wasn't readily available. So I had to make do with what I had. But this week actually surprisingly has been Ayurveda week for me. I had friends who are deeply involved in the World Ayurveda out of Germany, and they were here having meetings. I had friends from Japan who are in Ayurveda. And we were doing meetings in the context of C20 and wellness. And today I'm here with you. And here again, instead of talking politics, we are going to be talking wellness. So that leads me to believe that the world is going in the right direction. Now, if you look back at the history of India and Indonesia as civilizational partners, you will realize, and I think I brought this out in my book, Masala Bumbu, that much of what Indonesia has developed as its civilization and culture had a linkage with India. So perhaps the origins of Jammu lie in those original traders and pandits and Maulvis who came from India to Sumatra, Java, and did it was nothing political. It was just if you felt ill, okay, we use these herbs. And then I think people started using local herbs. So the localization of Indian culture and civilization has been a hallmark of how Indonesia has developed its own culture and its own way. So I'm very happy to see our colleagues from the universities of Udayana and Ajaran. And I really hope that this university to university kind of institutional work that you told me about, this really needs to succeed. So just as India and Indonesia were linked as civilizations, it was the colonial period which separated us. And it used the same spice route to separate us. The Dutch and the British separated us because they were pursuing the same trade. It was Nehru and Sukarno who then brought us together again. And today, I think after 1950, this is the fourth time that an Indonesian president is the chief guest at Republic Day. This is about as many times as the King of Bhutan. So you can see India really considers Indonesia a close neighbor. So we need to reorient our thinking and go back to that old neighborhood idea. And then we will do many more things like you have initiated and like we discussed today. Because your human well-being, you only discuss among friends and neighbors. I mean, we don't discuss it at long distance. And I remember when we did the first International Day of Yoga at Monash, the amount of response we got, though it was the period of Ramadan, was quite amazing. And that made me understand that how Indonesia at heart is very much linked at people to people level with India. Today, as the world develops, and we have a very wide range of issues on which India and Indonesia are engaging. And I compliment Ambassador Chakravarti because many of them have actually come up in his time. So while we look at, strategic issues, economic issues, these are not something that we don't do with others. But as he pointed out that the wellness part, particularly on Jammu and Ayurveda, is something that we do with you and with our friends nearby because you have a commonality with us. With many other countries, we can promote Ayurveda, but there's no response on their side. But in your case, you have a built-in response. As he has pointed out, perhaps it is not institutionalized in the way of research, in the way of protecting biodiversity, and in the way of institutionalizing it as part of your healthcare system. Now, this is something we have been working with Europe, how to put Ayurvedic treatment as part of private insurance. Now, that can happen in Indonesia too, when you have, after all, right now, I think your government is trying to have a greater public health protection system in which traditional medicine should also play a role, in which the way Ayush has developed could also play a role. So people-to-people relationships, the socio-cultural aspects, all these need to come to the fore. Somehow we have allowed them to be put on the back burner while chasing a modern relationship. But the root of our relationship should not be forgotten. And I'm very happy that and I'm very happy that so many young people from JNU are also here. And I think they are the people who will really hold the flag up of Indo-Indonesia friendship. So my continuing request is that try and work with Ayush and FITM and RIS and everybody, to see that the ideas that are coming up today and you will discuss later can be taken to fruition. And then they must work as a wheel. They should not be jammed that you meet again. We have a tendency between India and Indonesia to have tens of agreements, and then you have total lack of implementation. That is, we need a JAMU for that also. How to put JAMU into our implementation schedules. Don't sign agreements unless you can implement them. And that is where I think RIS, FITM, AIC all come in, because I think ultimately government looks to you. Can we do the implementation and Dakshin for that matter? So I think this is where we have the incentive, we have the opportunity, and now is the time to reclaim our old civilizational linkages through human well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh Ji, with your for your remarks, and with you, we have had a good round of evolution of our partnership, and the fact that MOUs and taking them forward for results that all of us are expecting, I think, is a very important caveat that you have suggested. So thanks for your address. Let me now invite Dr. Manoj Nisri, advisor Ayurveda with the Ministry of Ayush, for his remarks.
His Excellency, respected Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, the former ambassador of India to Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Sandeep Chakravarti, the President Ambassador of India to the Republic of Indonesia, my friend and the DG of RIS, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, Dr. Pankaj Vashisht from the RIS, my colleague in the Ministry of Ayush, Ms. Mona Lisa Das, the Joint Secretary, the Ministry of Ayush. We just got to know about Dr. Monica from Bali. Our friends from Indonesia, our friends from the various industries. I can see the industry, Ayurveda Kotakal and Baidyanath and Jiva and many more. And also welcome to the chairman in CISM, Vaidya Jain Dev Pujari ji. Our friends from Africa, my colleagues in the Ministry of Ayush, the students from the JNU, and all the participants, they are students from the faculty from the All India Institute of Ayurveda and the various institutes from the Ministry of Ayush. So namaste to all of you and salamat page. So beginning with the Jamu and traditional medicine, especially the Ayurveda and the Ministry of Ayush, first of all, I congratulate to all of us, and especially I thank to Sandeep Chakravarti ji, because this MOU between the BPOM and the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, it was actually going on for last almost 3 to 4 years, and there were many rounds of or the exchanges of the documents. And finally, it was decided to actually sign in the year 2022. But unfortunately, again, something happened and then it was not signed in 2022. But thank you to you because of your persuasion and the initiative. Now we are actually going to sign this in a day or two during the visit of the Honorable President of the Indonesia to India. And this is the beginning of the formal collaboration and the cooperation between the Indonesia and India in the area of the traditional medicine. It is not only limited to Jamu, it is not only limited to Ayurveda, but it is between the traditional medicines whichever are there in the Indonesia, because the colleagues and the friends from Indonesia, they mentioned that there are so many islands in Indonesia and there are other traditional medicines as well, but Jamu is the most popular one. And similarly, in India also, Ayurveda is the most popular one, but then we have the colleague from Siddha, we have the colleague from the Unani, we have the colleague from the homeopathy. The Sovarikpa is also another younger sister. So these are the various, you can say it is the family of Ayush, These are the various traditional medicines, and obviously the yoga is the big brother, and all of you know about yoga, so I need not mention about what the yoga is. So this is a whole family of the Ayush, and this actually the collaboration between the Pharmacopoeia Commission and the BPOM. It is just a gateway, and it is not only limited to the Pharmacopoeia Commission, but then it is also opens the door for the collaboration in the various areas, whether it is with the All India Institute of Ayurveda, whether it is the CCRS, CCRUM, and various other institutes under the umbrella of the Ministry of Ayush. When this proposal actually we received for the collaboration between the BPOM and the Ministry of Ayush, so then we had a discussion, and when we decided to choose the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine as the institute or the subordinate body to sign the MOU, for the reason that the Pharmacopoeia Commission is the subordinate office of the Ministry of Ayush. At the same time, it is the regulatory body. It is responsible for setting the standards of the Indian medicine. It is Ayurveda, it is Yunani, it is Siddha, it is Sovarikpa, it is homeopathy as well. And when we talk about the Jammu, whatever the little I know about Jammu, so there is a lot of potential actually how we can collaborate, and this collaboration can start from the setting of the standards. And the setting of standards actually requires a lot of integration of the science and the technology in the traditional medicine, and how the India has integrated the science and technology. We started with the developing the standards, but now we are not limited only to the developing the standards. But then India, we have developed the MOU with the science and technology ministries like the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Biotechnology, the Indian Council for Agricultural Research, the Indian Council for Medical Research. So various organizations which are related to the development of the science and technology. So the Ministry of Ayush has joined hands with all these departments, and we are now integrating the modern technology into the traditional medicine, because the principles are there mentioned in the various traditional medicines, but then these principles, they need to be further evaluated. They further need a lot of research is required, and on the basis of research, we have to re-establish these principles in the scientific aspect, so that their acceptability could be extended to more and more population, and not only limited to the India and Indonesia, but to other countries as well. And that's why this science and technology collaboration is very much important. And we have given the phrase for this program as called as Ayurtech. So Ayurtech is integrating Ayurveda and technology. It is the Ayurtech. So this program we are taking further in collaboration with the CSI, that is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, with the IIT, that is the Indian Institute of Technologies, and the various other institutes. The another aspect of the having collaboration is developing the standards, but at the same time documenting and digitizing the traditional medicine that we have. And this initiative is what taken 25 years back in India in the form of TKDL, and the TKDL is Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. So TKDL, so this was the initiative basically intended to protect the traditional or the traditional knowledge. So that was the initial intent. Protecting means protecting from getting the unnecessary and unlawful patents. So that was the initial intention, and because of that, the TKDL initiative was taken. And now, as regard to Ayurveda, more than 100,000 formulations for Siddha, almost 30,000 formulations for Unani, more than 100,000 formulations. So they are already digitized. They are available to the various patent offices. And as you know, now the WIPO, they have signed the treaty on the traditional medicine for the protection of the knowledges in the patent laws. So this is also again a development, and this in this direction, the Ministry of Ayush, the Government of India, had taken the initiative 25 years back, and now we can see the results of that. But the another angle to that is when such a huge knowledge is available, why this knowledge should not be available even to the industries or the researchers, where they can do more research on these aspects. And the Ministry of Ayush and the CSIR, we are working on these lines, how to make it open to the industry or to the researchers, so that they can also reap the advantage of the rich traditional knowledge, and then we can do the more development for the interest of the common people, in the interest of the public. As I mentioned, this traditional medicine, though actually we call it medicine, but Ayurveda is not just the medicine, it is the knowledge of life. And when we say it is knowledge of life, it is much more beyond the medicine, because in our total span of, say, for example, 80 years on an average of life, maybe few months or few days we could be ill and we require the actually medicine. But then the majority of the part, around 80 to 90% part at least, we are healthy, and for that reason we need to promote the health. So promote the health, and for promotion of the health, what actually we should do. So this is also a part of it. And when we talk about this, it is not only related to our physical body, but also for the mind and the soul. So mind, soul, and body, this is the combination of the life, and this combination is called the life. And for this purpose, 80 to 90% of the part is basically the promotion of the health. So this promotion of health is also a part of the traditional medicine, and we talk about the promotion of health. It is not only for the human being, but then Ayurveda thinks of the one health concept. One health is what is there outside, the same is there inside. So whether it is the soil, whether it is the water, whether it is the environment, whether it is the fish, whether it is the animals. So if they are not healthy, obviously those material is going to go inside our body and we will become sick. So that's why the Ayurveda talk about Yat Pindata Brahmanda, that is the entire universe should be healthy, whether it is the living being and non-living being. So there are many of these similarities must be there. I strongly believe that all the traditional medicine, they have the single root, they have the common fundamentals and principles, and there are a lot of possibilities how actually we can work together. I know about there is a provision for the India ASEAN Research Fund. Maybe actually we can work tomorrow. Tomorrow means not exactly tomorrow, but in the coming days, that we can establish the India or Indonesia Research Fund for the traditional medicine. We can work on this direction so that we can have more cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Manoj Nisri, for very important suggestion of getting a fund constituted for promoting the traditional medicine. I think Ayush Ministry and our mission, both in Jakarta and also at ASEAN, may work together to evolve this understanding, and we can take help of our friends from Indonesia to pick up this suggestion in their deliberation when they are speaking. Let me now invite a coordinator for FITM, Forum for Indian Traditional Medicine, Dr. Namrata Pathak, please.
Thank you to all the speakers, Dr. Pankaj, for setting the context of the India-Indonesia cooperation in the larger framework of India-ASEAN cooperation, Ambassador Chakravarti for laying out the contours of this engagement with respect to traditional medicine as it exists today, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh for outlining the historical framework of the engagement, and Dr. Nesri for highlighting the efforts by the Ministry of Ayush. A big thank you to our Director General, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, for setting the stage for discussion and the context of the discussion and guiding the research on traditional medicine in RIS as such. So as highlighted by the speakers earlier, the traditional herbal medicine, and we all are aware of it, it's growing. The markets are growing, and therefore as these markets grow, even the regulatory structures that shape the goods and services that are offered by these systems, these are also evolving, and therefore the industry is also evolving. So as we see today, there are strong synergies and linkages with other industries. So as we see, traditional medicine products are not merely formulations, they are also extracts, derivatives, nutraceuticals, they are pharmaceutical products, and also FMCGs and raw herbs products that are coming out as part of the goods related offerings. In the same way, the services sector, it's not merely a part of the healthcare industry, it's also a part of the wellness industry. And therefore, any institutionalization and growth of the systems, whether in India or Indonesia, will have to be looked at within a broader framework. We do look at major issues in this broader framework. These includes, for preparedness on manufacturing standards, we are looking at data generation. We are also looking at IPRs, as well as, the state industrial policies that, facilitate the investment related ease of businesses that are supposed to come in as a result. Also, it includes issues of sustainability in supply chains of medicinal plants and biodiversity and plant genetic resource conservation. Fundamentally, also looking at alternative sources of supply that includes also cultivation of medicinal plants. When we are looking at preparedness within the broader framework, we are also looking at bilateral and multilateral engagements for facilitating trade. And in that context, removing, tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade that often exist when, herbal medicines are exported abroad. So in this context, FITM, the research vertical that our Director General just mentioned, is on traditional medicine, undertakes research and advisory on these issues. We fundamentally work with the Ministry of Ayush for any, helping them with structuring the key requirements for facilitating growth of the industry as we look at it. So these could include, for earlier we had helped produce a report on the standards and HS classification related to trade facilitation of Ayush. We have also worked with them for non-tariff measures and impact on export to major international markets of Ayush that the products go to. We've also produced an important report on Ayush manufacturing industry for understanding the investment facilitation mechanisms. There are also country-specific studies that include on China, and at present we are also undertaking a study on the African region as such to explore bilateral or multilateral cooperation prospects on traditional medicine with India, with these regions. Again, other than these, we also have a strong, as DG had already mentioned, there is a strong dependence and on biological resources and biodiversity for medicinal plants. So RIS, for a long time has been working on these issues. FITM again lays emphasis on understanding, the issues related to plant genetic resources or traditional knowledge in context of multilateral frameworks. For example, on WTO TRIPS, CBD, and WIPO. So these all of these are in the broad areas of study that we undertake, but and these are all in line with the requirements for growth of the sector as such. So while we have completed a study on manufacturing, right now we are also trying to understand the services sector. As I mentioned, it is quite broad. It is fused with other industries, for example, wellness and fitness, and so to say. So we are undertaking a field survey-based estimation of the revenue generated by the services sector on traditional medicines offerings. And this includes understanding the employment generation, or even the medicine, the medical value travel that many international patients seek from India. So this study is going to bring out an in-depth understanding of how the Ayush-related services operate within India. So beyond this, there is also a capacity building program that we undertake with respect to encouraging scholars to undertake, social sciences scholars to undertake research on traditional medicines. There are various aspects to it. There are various disciplines on economy, on international relations, etc., that we would want them to work on, and therefore there's a fellowship program that FITM also runs. Other than that, we also encourage research. So there is this newsletter that we bring out. This is more to facilitate information generation for the industry, on the industry, and the other stakeholders that are aligned. And then there is a journal, biannual journal that we bring out to encourage scholars to contribute to a greater understanding of the Ayush systems or traditional medicine systems beyond the clinical aspects of it. So these are the broad areas that we work on. For this today's program, the way we have structured this program is basically, as you would know, there are two sessions. So fundamentally, there is the first one will be trying to understand the replication models for Jammu from Ayush, and what are the models that can be designed and they can take back home. The second one is more on trying to understand what are the complementarities with regard to medicinal plants, because as Ambassador Chakravarti already mentioned, there is a strong dependence on it already. And therefore, the depletion of resources also calls for looking at alternative sources of supply and sustainable sources of supply. And that could include research on germplasm, or include research on cultivation or domestication or agroforestry related matters. So the second one will be more in terms of, second session will try and understand how we can, look at ways and complementarities in terms of facilitating each other's requirements and needs. So we look forward to the program, and thank you. And we begin the next session now.
Thank you. Thanks, Namrata. Now, maybe I think we can break for the next session, and the speakers and the co-chairs are already here. So we would move immediately for the next session because we have very limited time today.
We request all the chairs and panelists to please come on stage. We begin.
Our Indonesian friends can also join. Dr. Vinod?
Yes, sir. Yes. So we will begin the next session now. I request the chairs and the panelists to please come in.
Thank you. All want you could also be a good colleague.
Dr. Neelu, can you just please come on? And Dr. Leah also. So we begin the next session. This session is on institutionalization of traditional medicine systems, India-Indonesia cooperation for capacity building of Jammu. So primarily, as we stated earlier, this is more of, the effort of Indonesia trying to understand how Ayush systems have been structured and formalized and what are the lessons that can be drawn on, and for that matter, in their efforts to actually, regulate their systems, what kind of challenges that they have faced, that these can be also discussed in the session, and for looking at solutions or possible solutions that the participants can offer. More primarily, we are talking about Dr. Vinod Kumar and Dr. Raman Singh. We have co-chairs, Dr. Vaidya Jayantip Dev Pujari. Sir is the chairman of National Commission for Indian System of Medicine. And he is the key person looking at the regulatory aspect of the education and the hospitals that operate. So, sir is very well versed with the entire aspect of how the institutions, primarily the medical education institutions, function. At the same time, we have Ms. Mona Lisa Das. She is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. I guess ma'am has a background in forest services, so I'm sure there could be some kind of a learning that she could offer in terms of, looking at the broader structure of the herbal medicines within the forest-related frameworks. So with this, we begin the session, and I would request the co-chairs to moderate as and when required. Thank you. So, sir, can we have a few words from Jayant Pujari, sir? So that's.
Thank you very much and good morning to everybody for this session. This is regarding the institutionalization of traditional medicine systems. First, we must understand what is institutionalization. Actually, we are all aware about the institutionalization, but the way Ayush has institutionalized all traditional medicines, that we have to understand. As a system of medicines, we have Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Sobarikpa. And along with the education, Ministry of Ayush and the state governments, they are regulating many aspects of this. For example, as I am associated with the education, there is an independent act for NCISM, that is National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, and we have around 19 regulations regarding all these systems. So UG education, PG education, post-graduation, and even super specialty, we have the facility for the teaching, and this has been properly regulated. Another important thing is the institutional structure. We have Ayush universities, we have national institutes, we have deemed to be universities, and we have private players also in Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha colleges. And the total number I am talking about is around 651. So it may be one or two less or one or two more, but it is around 600 plus, you can say. At the same time, the very important factor of this traditional medicine is the traditional medicinal practitioner. Initially, everything, that is education, industry, and everything moves around that practitioner, who is practicing in the field. So those were regulated since long, because our first act came in 1970. And even at the time of British era, there were some regulations at the state level for regulating traditional medicine. So you can say it is a long process of few decades to institutionalize or to regularize the education and the practice as well. Because we have an independent regulation for the practitioners regarding their powers, what all powers they have and what all things they can do, what all things they cannot do, and as per the level of their education, their rights have been defined properly. Another important, along with this, another important field is industry. So most of the time the industry is looked by the state government, and we have guidelines from the Ayush Ministry regarding the same. But the permission for establishing an industry or a unit, manufacturing unit, the major stakeholder is state government, and they are giving permission to the number of formulations. and there are guidelines also from the central government. Our raw material is mainly plants. Some of the raw material is from the other sources. There are inorganic and animal sources in our medicine, but major source is medicinal plant. So we have medicinal plant board, and the chairman is over here. He is present on the dais, and he will discuss about the plantation and everything, all aspects of that. Then, as you are all aware, particularly my Indonesian friends, that India is an open market. So we have an open market of raw material also. It is the market is not fully governed by the. There are rules, but yes, anybody can collect, anybody can sell if he has a proper proper certification or proper license. So basically, it is an open market. So that also we must understand, and in all total, an ecosystem is developed. And now you must have heard from Namrata ji that RIS has done some study on the size of the market, and now they are working on the service sector also. So it is now it is almost established that it is a huge market. It is a very big part of the economy of the country, and it is well organized. So we are here. We have 4 speakers, and my co-chair, Mona Lisa Das, madam from the ministry. She is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and if I am not wrong, she is from the services. She is IAS, Forest Services. So she is very directly connected to our raw material, because our main source is the forest. And we have Dr. Vinod Kumar. He is Senior Scientist, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, Thiruvananthapuram, that is capital of Kerala. Then from Indian side, we have Dr. Raman Mohan Singh. He is Director, as I told, Pharmaceutical Commission for Indian System of Medicine and Homeopathy, both. And we have 2 guests on the dais. Professor Neelu, she is Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. And I am very happy to see that mathematics and natural sciences are dealt by a single person. It is really great. So, and we have Leah Farida. She is from University of Pajajaram. I am not. Pajajaram. So that is the. So I welcome all the speakers, and I request my co-chair Mona Lisa Das madam to say a few words regarding this activity.
Respected Dio Pujari sir, esteemed guest from our fellow country, Professor Neelu and Dr. Leah Farida, respected Dr. Vinod Kumar and Dr. Raman Mohan Singh, and esteemed guests present on off the dais, and dignitaries representing different countries, different institutions. I have joined IUS not even 1 month back. So I feel rest all of them are bigger experts, and I'm just a new person, but I'm excited because the sector is very core to my heart. The prevention is better than cure. I will start with that. So because that is the essence of, I think, traditional medicine system. So if we can prevent, we can remain healthy, and we take less medicine and can lead a longer, healthier life, which is the motto of each and all of us. And the wellness sector is growing like anything in around the world, and especially in India and in the countries where traditional medicine practices is followed from ages. But yes, to promote any sector, the most important thing is quality. what quality services that we offer to the people. And for that, we need to have what type of R&D, because without R&D, we don't know where do we stand and what we are offering and where to go and what can and how can we improve it further. Similarly, providing a market, a genuine market, so that there is no distress in selling or even purchasing. And the next is awareness, awareness among people. Okay, what best facility they have to avail and use it. So these are some of the most important things, but the extremely most important thing for me is the sustainability. If we have a resource, but how we use that resource for a long time to come, so that we use it in this generation and for the generations to come, so that our future generations, they don't blame us that we lost such great wealth from our country. So these are some of the basic things I think with what I feel, and we have to work in that line. And in the last 10 years, the Ministry of Ayush has done exemplary work. I was just going through the achievements of Ayush Ministry, and I could feel that it has put a lot of efforts and it has achieved many milestones. And especially, it has tried to regulate and make the system more robust and affordable and approachable, a quality service to the people. And for that, like in education sector, to strengthen that, they have that NCISM and your NCH. Yeah. Similarly, for the quality standards as well, they have set the drug standards, and they have strengthening of pharmacopoeia vigilance also in place. And in R&D, I am surprised, actually myself, I am very surprised that they are already into genome sequencing. To that level of intervention is already there. AI-based research is also going on. So that only tells and gives us a hope that we are in the right direction of R&D. Similarly, in the health delivery system, Ministry of Ayush has a vertical under DGHS, and the Indian Public Health Standards for Ayush is also in place. So these are the efforts of the government to make Ayush a very robust system of medicine system for all of us. And I look after the international cooperation division of Ministry of Ayush. And in this last 1 month, what I have observed that a lot of bilateral agreements are in place, and a lot of joint research projects are also going on, and exchange of technical expertise and knowledge between various countries is happening. Because like sharing is like gaining everything. Like you have something, we have something, we share and we enrich ourselves. Both of us we get benefited. So that is also going on. And in the public awareness and promotion sector also, like for the awareness, as I said in the beginning, awareness among the public, okay, what wealth they have to use. That awareness also, a lot of awareness activities are also going on. And we are trying to encourage the integration of Ayush practices in the lifestyle as well as the other medicine system as well. And as the co-chair was saying, that ease of doing business, like to progress and promote a sector, the ease of doing business is very, very essential. Like as sir said, states are the very important stakeholders in this. So the ministry, the government should have coordination with the state governments as well, so that whenever someone wants to invest in this sector, they get full cooperation from the state government in the terms of licenses or whatever license or cooperation from the ministry side or from the state side. So there has to be a very conducive environment for investment in the sector. And so far as Indonesia is concerned, I just a little bit researched, and what I could see that this traditional medicine system, approximately 60% of its people, they use this medicine system. So this sector has a very important role in the lives of the Indonesian. And I think the export and import has also increased in the due course of time. And if I'm not wrong, $4 million in US dollar worth the transaction is happening on an annual basis. That is the average I said. Even it has touched higher points also at certain points of time. And we are going to sign an MOU, as it was told in the introductory session, within a day or so. So with that, I hope we are doing great, and we will do great further, and we'll learn from each other, from both the countries. We will learn from each other, and we'll achieve further bigger milestones in the future. Thank you.
So we go on to the panel now. We will invite Dr. Vinod Kumar, Senior Scientist, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, Thiruvananthapuram, to give his thoughts. And we request all speakers before we start the session that we keep each speaker to limit their speech to around 7 minutes, so we have space for discussion later on.
Namaste and respected chairman, co-chairman, dear panelists, delegates from India as well as Indonesia. Welcome to Bharata, first of all, particularly from Indonesia, people from Indonesia. And it's very heartening to note that when Honorable ex-ambassador Gurjit Singh Ji said about looking towards the east, looking towards our neighborhoods, and working with neighbors are very important and pertinent at this point of time, at least, which we have been doing since time immemorial. But in between probably during the colonial period and things which we got detached, and it is high time that we brought back this relationship, neighborhood and brotherhoodship or sisterhoodship, as we would like to call, and work towards finding solutions for healthcare, particularly in this era where we have seen what happened during the COVID period, and how even the most advanced nations were gripping in darkness to find solutions for particularly COVID. And I don't think coronavirus is the last virus to visit this planet, and there will be more. And you would have seen that how our systems worked very well in Bharata, as well as more than that, I would say the traditional medicine practices which are still existing in every home in Bharata, as well as I'm sure that it is existing all over the world. But then how it helped, to at least to take care of the health of the families and communities with traditional medicine practices that are still existing. Why? That's what we need to look into. So when we talk about the institutionalization of these systems as this is a topic, you have to go look into the policy framework, leadership and governance, capacity building, resource allocation, stakeholder engagement, systems and processes, monitoring and evaluation, cultural integration, innovation and adaptability, legal regulatory support, documentation and knowledge management. All these things are required when you are talking about institutionalization of this thing. Then how do you do about the capacity building in that way? The capacity building also has so many components in that, like the human resource development, infrastructure development, policy and governance strengthening, health information systems, community engagement and participation, financial resource mobilization, health service delivery improvements, research and innovation, partnerships and collaboration, monitoring and evaluation. By integrating these components, actually, health sector capacity building efforts can lead to a more resilient and effective healthcare system capable of meeting current and future challenges. So having said this is where we look into what we have. So basically, coming from an Ayurvedic background, family-wise, as well as have learned in a Gurukula system of education, Ayurveda properly for 7.5 years, and still practicing physician as well, hands-on practice, and at the same time working as a senior scientist in a research institute for past around 13 years. I have tried to see both systems, how it works, at a very traditional way of doing things, as well as how in the scientific, how it works. So again, coming back to what respected former Ambassador Ji said about, looking at the Eastern parameters. See, let me just put things very point blank in front of you, rather than talking, about standardization, as I'm sure Jain Ji also would agree to. What standardization means, what are the yardsticks that we need to follow? Yardsticks of the West, yardsticks of the United States of America, or you want to call, put the yardsticks of the East, yardsticks of every country or every nation in that way, and research component as well, or the yardsticks of, particularly the standardization, I would say. So this is where we need to really look into, if you really want to put things in order. Like Jammu, I don't know much about Jammu, but as our chairman and co-chairman really said, truly said about how the regulatory systems of Bharata, particularly the Ministry of Ayush, have, and even before, how we have codified systems of medicine like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Sovaripa in practice, and hundreds and thousands of traditional medical laws or practices which are there currently in Bharata, which are uncodified system, what you can call it as oral health traditions. So basically, I come from a division of ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacology, which is the first in India, which was put in place way back in 1992, and I have been documenting systematic documentation of traditional knowledge related to food and medicine, mainly in Kerala and many parts of Bharata. Even last month I had been there. Next week I'm working on 2 projects actually on ethnobotany, that is the traditional medical practice of the tribal communities in Kerala, and also the coastal ethnobiology. Even the coastal regions have a lot of ethnobiological information that they hold, and then we continuously document this traditional knowledge. And amazing, I'm a field research scientist rather, and every person I meet, even now, they have very strong understanding of health and healthcare and practices in their own, with their methodologies, in their own ways. And the standards, if you look, one has to see the epistemological foundation of a country or nation or nations. We have looked from Ayurveda, if you look from the subtle to the gross. And if you look at the Cartesian way of compartmentalization, and the Newtonian way of thinking is from the gross to the subtle. So these are 2 parallels actually. So how Ayurveda and systems here worked was from the subtle to the gross. So the epistemological foundation really matters when it comes to looking at things, where we look into darshanas, the shastras, the samhitas, the Upanishads, and Vedas and everything. What is the strength of Ayurveda, to be frankly speaking? It is a core foundation on which it rests, philosophical and conceptual foundation. That's why when even more than 100 or 150 years when the British banned this traditional medicine and indigenous medical practices in Bharat at that time, how did it survive thousands of years of colonial rule and all those things? How did it survive? It is just because of the strong conceptual foundation on which, like the Pancha Mahabhuta, the Tridosha, the Saptadhatu, and Srodhas, and Ama, concept of Ama and Agni, and all those things, and how it utilizes the locally available resources. So a learned Ayurveda physician, if you put that person in Antarctica, will be able to treat, if it is required, with what is available in Antarctica, utilizing the conceptual foundation of Ayurveda. That's the strength. So when it comes to, what I would like to, particularly from Indonesia, what I would like to say is that you need to strengthen your conceptual foundation and the philosophical foundation of Indonesian health practices, if at all you have. If not, I think Bharata is there to export the concepts and philosophical foundation of Ayurveda in particular, so that you can utilize these foundation or these concepts and put your local resources in place, in practice, and so that it can survive. That is sustainable. Otherwise, what? One particular medicinal plant good for jaundice, another medicinal plant good for diabetes, another medicinal plant you can go on, and then you put the yardsticks of the Western scientific methodology, and then one fine day you will come to know that, oh, this scientific standards does not suit your concept. So there are a lot of cultural language or religious practices associated with traditional medicines all over the world. So that also plays an important part in the documentation of in preserving this particular traditional medicine. One more thing, three things I'll tell and final, I'll close. The seeds are preserved, as you very well know. The seeds are preserved in minus 196 degrees if it is survived. My concept is very simple. Seeds, it can be stored, fine, and the liquid nitrogen in minus 196. But what I would say, that seeds, when it is planted, when it grows and blossoms, that is where the seeds can go on. The seeds or the plants or the seeds can even after generations, or it can continue. So similarly, the traditional medical practices, it has to be practiced. It has to be, it needs to be taught properly, and education practice are very important or pertinent for the traditional medicine to survive. And so I had said about the epistemology foundation. There I would say that decolonization is an important factor in that. Decolonize. You need to decolonize your thought process in that way for the traditional medical medicine practices to survive. And then through this, your traditional education practice, you can convince the scientific community. And I think all the components that facilitate the growth of traditional medicine, like social sciences, as Dr. Namrata was talking about, social sciences, economics, science and technology, and all these all will facilitate, if it is facilitated properly, the traditional medicine of any country or medical systems in that country, and even in Ayurveda, in Bharata, will survive and will continue. So ultimately, the practice at the grassroots should be ensured by the governments in power, and then it can nurture, it can nourish, and it can grow. Fortunately, we have a great Prime Minister in Bharata, who has brought in this Ministry of Ayush itself in 2014, when it did not exist. It existed only in department, and he's the one who promoted yoga all over the world, as you very well know. And he is right in forefront, trying to see that Ayurveda and Ayush systems are promoted not only in Bharata but all over the world. So if you have a great leadership in front, I'm sure traditional medicine in Indonesia can also survive, sustain, and also grow. And I hope that whatever you will take back home will be the conception and philosophical foundation of particularly Ayurveda, and utilize your locally available resources in that country. And Indonesia has an enormous, around 17,000 islands, if I'm correct, and a lot of forests and things like that. So it will be very useful. Thank you so much for giving me a few minutes. I hope I have not exceeded time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar, for highlighting that the conceptual framework is the fundamental, the base in which any system of medicine, especially traditional medicine systems, are drawn from, and therefore that needs to be structured and formalized before the next steps are taken. We now invite Professor Lee Nilu Wati Niasi, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University, Udayana.
Thank you for the time given to me. All the guests, excellencies, come to this room. Thank you for your invitation, and actually a great opportunity for us from Indonesia, sharing what we actually need to know and need to help from you, and sharing the knowledge and expertise from all of you here. So I'm sure I didn't mention one by one, so because of time constriction. So regarding to the institutionalization of traditional medicine system within Indonesia and India, particularly for the Jamu, as they mentioned earlier, that Jamu already known in India as well, but in Indonesia it's still really traditional. It hasn't got any institutional yet recognized in Indonesia. So that's why we might come here to get some insight of what we have to do and then how we can manage with this collaboration. We get through the sharing knowledge that we have. But in terms of the what we face now is the India, we know it, Ayurveda, and then what's called Siddha and Unani. Actually, in Indonesia as well, we have terms of traditional medicine, particularly in Bali, for example, because I'm from Bali, I know a little bit about, we call it Usada Bali, Usada, USADH, Bali, that might be derived from Ayurveda. Yeah, wasn't, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know that's a term, but actually it's been practiced a long time ago, and we use it, actually, particularly Balinese, we use it, but hasn't got any recognized institutionally or written in a modern way. We still written in piece of lontar, we call it, palm tree leaves, yeah. That's what happening in Bali. But what we face, I mean, the challenge now here, it's how Indonesian jamu or traditional medicine in Indonesia could be recognized as in India, for example, and as well as from my point of view, is the diversity of the resources that we have in Indonesia might be differ, as you mentioned earlier, that in every part of the world, they have a certain plants growth, even though the species might be similar, but how the chemical content might be different, or how they use the plants itself for base of the medicine might be different for different illnesses or something like that. What we can do now is how India and Indonesia can cooperate in terms of looking at the jamu, in terms of looking at traditional medicine that we can propose together to help us Indonesia to improve what we have and how we can do it together to promote what traditional medicine, particularly for jamu Indonesia that we address today, can be recognized worldwide or national or internationally. So one of the things that we can from us is could be discussed is for capacity building, for example, exchanging knowledge through research program, for example, and then actually a lot of research has been done, but hasn't got collected in terms of database that we started now. So what have been done throughout Indonesia, but it's still basic. It's still basic for example, what the content of certain plants and how do they do for curing a certain diseases or a certain illness. So it's still very basic. So we need the capacity building in terms of that, and as well as probably joint research that we could do for us between Indonesia and India. The infrastructure development, that as well we need to develop in Indonesia as well. So probably by joining collaboration between India and Indonesia, as mentioned previously from the ambassador, that we might seek fund together to develop what we need to do to increase or improve the technology and the capacity building that we need to improve the traditional medicine capacity in Indonesia, particularly. The challenge would be to look at how the community will recognize and the government will help us to do the policy in terms of using the plants that we use. If we need the collaboration between Indonesia and in India, we have to state probably what bioresources that you have in India and what we have in Indonesia, so how we use it together. And then dealing with that would be a challenge for us to discuss in this meeting or in the future meetings probably. So a lot of actually benefits that we can do. I mean, we face from Indonesia and sharing from you and in India that we face together could, in collaboration with how we can improve the jamu, in particularly in traditional medicine and other cases, could improve because your Ayurveda or other study and stuff is already advanced in India, even probably with the germplasm already mentioned here. What we can emphasize here that's how we can collaborate with R&D and then capacity building of Indonesia in India in terms of bioresources and in terms of other research collaboration that we could do, probably with exchange students or exchange research collaboration and stuff that we could do together between Indonesia and India. And Ibu Monica, thank you very much. Actually, in terms of what you've done in Bali, particularly for Indonesia, you already mentioned or promote the Ayurveda in Bali, even though probably I haven't got that much information about you. So in that case, Ayurveda in advance in terms of commercializing of Ayurveda in Indonesia. In that case, we might get together to do what we can do in terms of knowledge and university collaboration between you in Bali of the what's it called, Namaste Ayurvedagram. Actually, I knew you here, but I heard your name, but I don't know. I didn't know that that was you leading that program in Bali. So yeah, that's collaboration work would be very good. We for us together to mentioning and then helping us as a community as well to develop what we have in terms of bioresources in Bali or Indonesia, and how could we do it to propose the collaboration work and also propose to the government in Indonesia and India to get work together that will lead us to traditional medicine in Indonesia will be as good as in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neelu, for highlighting the strong linkages between Indonesian traditional medicine systems and Ayurveda, and also the prospect for cooperation on medicinal plants and germplasm exchange for conservation purposes. We are now going to invite Dr. Leah Farida for her remarks, and we request her to keep her views short and sweet to 7 minutes, please. So we will also be inviting Dr. Monica at the end to express her views. So I just wanted everyone to know that we should keep some space for her too.
Hello. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the committee for inviting me to this event. Actually, I'm not expert for the Jamu or Ayurveda, but in this event, maybe Professor Made asked me to join since I'm as a representative from the modern medicines, and I'm also as a part of the National Task Force and West Java Task Force in tackling infectious disease, and also as a representative from the government to push local product to solve national issue, especially in infectious disease. Our successful story from the COVID-19, we make the whole thing for detection COVID by ourselves. Start from collecting sample, extraction reagent, PCR reagent, extraction machine, and PCR machine by ourselves. From that point, the government asked all the scientists from the Indonesian university to make local product as a main source in tackling all kind of national issue. One of the president program is to prevent and promote health issue now. And the first line of the Ministry of Health is to strengthen the primary health care, or we call puskesmas in Indonesia. In what way? In screening to prevent disease and promote disease. To increase disease or promote disease, one of the issue is to provide food. That's what we are doing now. Supply food for the children to prevent stunting. And then we will provide milk. We will try to make it from our local source. And then we will make immune booster from the local source. We are not talking about the herbal medicine yet, because if we talk about herbal medicine, we have to pass one challenging phase. What is that? That is the clinical trial. When we can pass that phase, we can call it as the herbal medicine. Jamu is traditional, not proven as the medicine. But if we can pass clinical trial, which is cost a lot, that will be proven, and we can call it as the herbal medicine, proven herbal medicine. There are some examples that a successful study in Indonesia, for example, is curcuma, the use of curcuma. There is already clinical trial for that. And we make it as a adjuvant medicine, complementary for modern medicine. And another thing is guava. Guava for dengue infection, because it's already passed the clinical trial. And it proven so that all the clinicians in Indonesia, including internal medicine, can use that kind of herb to treat their patient. So there's a big opportunity in Indonesia, since the government boosts us to make a local product as the raw source for making anything. For example, we are making bioplastic with Professor Made to replace conventional plastic. And any other kind of local source that we can make it as a product that we can support the government program. Me, myself, amazed and very glad to hear that there will be an agreement between Minister of Ayush and BPOM, if I'm not mistaken. If the agreement is signed, we will follow up that agreement with the Minister of Health and try to implement the agreement. But so far, until now, I never heard about the plan. So maybe we can follow up later on about this plan. Personally, I'm very glad about this. So at least there is progress between India and Indonesia, or about how we will optimize the culture that already established in both countries to help the government for tackling the health issue in both government. So my job in this case is to make sure that we as a clinician can trust the herbal medicine as a real medicine that can cure our patient. lots of patients are waiting for us to give them a better solution. Because as you already know that so many problems in Indonesia, multi-drug resistant, toxicity, allergic reaction, and so on. So let's join, let's collaborate between Indonesia and India and make this herbal medicine the best solution, which is we can trust. Because in community, even though we don't have the regulation, most of our community, yeah, maybe it's because of culture, we trust, under agreement, of course, trust the herbal medicine as a medicine, but actually not. This is the only boost. Just like a suggestion. Me, myself, when suffer from enterwin or masuk angin, we drink tolak angin. I don't know why. Yes, I don't know why. But when I drink that tolak angin, I feel great. And so that's with all the community in Indonesia. But unfortunately, when we do random sampling about what we call herbal medicine, we found chemical compound inside the herbal medicine. For your information, the herbal medicine in Indonesia had to get the license, but not as a drug. The license is only for the home industry. So actually, this is not a drug. We cannot do the active surveillance for home industry. The regulation is very, very weak. So just what Mrs. Nilu said, we need the good infrastructure. Start from regulation. If we talk about regulation, the regulation is already there. But how about the implementation? There is still a big question about the implementation. So I hope this today is the very good start for both countries to accelerate the ultimate goal that we already have maybe from several years ago. I hope that the herbal medicine can be a real medicine for the patient in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Leah Farida, for highlighting that evidence-based medicine is the key for traditional medicine's acceptability, domestically as well as abroad, and also the challenges in clinical trials. The idea, I guess, Dr. Raman Singh and Dr. Dev Pujari would know better, and Dr. Vinod, is, the challenges associated with single molecule drugs for which clinical trials probably are easier, and then herbal medicines or traditional medicines are more in terms of several herbal products coming together to make a formulation, and therefore these challenges and clinical studies, I guess these are being undertaken on a very large scale in India. Maybe the chair and the panelist, Dr. Raman Singh, can later highlight on that. So now I invite Dr. Raman Singh, Director, Pharmacopoeia Commission for India, and Indian Systems of Medicine and Homeopathy, to present his views.
Good morning, everyone. As our advisor in the Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Manoj Nesari, told today, that already a collaboration is going to be held between the Indonesia and India, and one MOU has already been signed yesterday, and maybe within a 1 day or 2 day, it is going to be exchanged with between the presidents of both countries or other dignitaries of the Ministry of External Affairs. So beginning is started in this week, and we thought that for that purpose of to help the Indonesians, between this MOU was signed between the FDA of Indonesia and the Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy of India. And in coming days, we will going to help them for the not only for the standardization process of our traditional system of medicines, including Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, or other, but also for the quality control of these traditional system of medicines, and also in the regulatory field also. So as you know, that time is very less, and I will just want to show some capabilities of our Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, and how we are going ahead, and what are the things which we have available with us. This is just 35 kilometers away from this place in the NCR region at Ghaziabad, where we have our 2 buildings and another National Herbal Garden. You can see that our objective is to develop the pharmacopoeias and formularies for our traditional system of medicines, including Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and also for the homeopathy, and to develop the formularies for these Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, and to revise and update these published pharmacopoeias and formularies time to time, and to publish the supplementary documents for these system of medicines, including the amendment list. This is the Apex Laboratory for Traditional Medicines in India, and we act as a central drug testing appellate laboratory for that traditional medicines. We are also imparting the capacity building training programs and for the regulatory authorities in the traditional system medicine in India, and for other personnel engaged in the quality control in the country, and to nurture and promote the awareness on quality assurance on this traditional system medicines. Another 2 objectives is the repositories of authentic reference materials. One for reference raw materials, and another is reference chemical materials also. For developing our standards and pharmacopoeias and formularies, we have 4 subcommittees. That is Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia Subcommittee, like Siddha, like Unani, and Homeopathy Subcommittee. And all the matters goes to our Pharmacopoeia Committee. And finally, our Scientific Advisory Board clears for the publication of all these. So right now we are publishing 4 pharmacopoeias, one for Ayurveda, another is for Siddha, and for Unani and homeopathy, and also 3 formularies for Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. Till now we have published more than 6,500 standards, including more than 2,200 pharmacopoeia standards for in case of our raw material of single drugs, including our Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, and more than 400 standards for formulations for these Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, and more than 2,600 in case of our formulary specifications for Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. Other supporting documents like 3 atlas we have already published, 2 TLC atlas, and 1 pharmacognosy purpose. We have published the macrocyclic and macrocyclic atlas for our drugs, already published. So already we have published the amendment list time to time wherever needed. And you know that in our standards, we have taken the properties of organoleptic properties like color, order, test, and textures. For pharmacognostic properties, we have given the macroscopic microscopy and powder microscopy in the monographs. And for physicochemical properties like for foreign matters, moisture, ash, acid insoluble as oxidative values, and other qualitative and quantitative, either any TLC, HPTLC, or GC method is available in our monographs. And also we have taken care of the other safety limits like heavy metals, aflatoxins, microbial loads, pesticide residues in our standards nowadays. You can see some digital microscopes available in the laboratory for botanical identification. And now we have produced these type of illustration of powder microscopy in our pharmacopoeia. And also the pharmacognostic identification is provided in the standards. Likewise, all the photographs are available in our books now. So that you can say that they are the scientifically evaluated. We have GCMS in our institute for this pesticide and phytochemical analysis, and ICPOS for the heavy metals analysis. And for the aflatoxins, we have given the limits as per our WHO requirements for B1, B2, G1, G2. And also very soon we are going to introduce the limit for the M1 for the milk also. Some limits of microbial contamination is also as per the WHO guidelines, like for these total microbial plates or yeast mold, and in the absence of the specific pathogens like Staphylococcus, Salmonella, Pseudomonas, and E. coli, etc. So you can see that as per the requirement of the WHO guidelines, that any herbal medicines, even the traditional medicines monograph should be well documented in traditional use. Standardization should be based on the chemical markers. Activity profiles should be given in the standards. Medicinal plants also should be the free from the pesticide and the heavy metals, and the safety measures are to be taken in the standards. So likewise, we have already published for our API Part 1, Volume 8 to Volume 9, these our previous pharmacopoeias of, and you can say that when we compare with other pharmacopoeias like WHO International Pharmacopoeia or the European Pharmacopoeia, we are at par in all the parameters. Also, which I told that capacity building training programs, previously we have given the trainings only to the drug regulatory authorities, like for drug inspectors and the governmentalist in the traditional medicine. But now we have started this program for the academia, for the other quality control persons from the manufacturers and the industry also. We have started selling the seed banks. More than 100 species are available with us. They are very endemic species, even for the homeopathy plants also. Also, you can see that we have given a responsibility by the National Medicinal Plant Board from here, and we have two projects, one for developing the regional raw drug repositories for gangetic medicine, and another is for developing the National Herbal Garden. And already we have more than 300 standards we have prepared and submitted to the NMPB for that. You can see the repository at ACIMH for that. These are some pictures from the herbal gardens, where more than 300 species of plants are available with us. And also digitization is given in all the plants, so that by your mobile you can see all the other relevant information of that plant in the campus. We have greenhouse and polyhouse also for developing some plants which are needed some specific temperature and humidity. And also some other vatikas like Nakshatra Vatika, Navgraha Vatika, and other thematic gardens we are developing. You can see our previous minister and also our Secretary Ayush, who were inaugurated last year, and this is growing very well now. Some latest achievement, yes, just last year we got the recognition by the Swissmedic, first time in the European country, that the Swissmedic agency from the Switzerland, they recognize our previously published pharmacopoeia of Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, that is from volume 1 to volume 4, which were published from 2007 to 2017, and also the our part 3 of the part 1, part 3, part 1 to part 3 of our AFI, that is Ayurvedic formulary. So about more than 40 and more than 200 formulary monographs, more than 900 formulary monographs, more than 200 compound formulation monograph, and single drug, more than 40 monographs, they get recognized. And the dialogue is going on with the other countries, you know, that with the Malaysia, Singapore, Switzerland, UAE also, for the purpose of collaboration. And you know that Sri Lankan, Nepal, and Bangladesh are already using our pharmacopoeia API. First time WHO has recognized all these pharmacopoeias and formularies, and now you can see in the WHO index list that all these pharmacopoeias and formularies are available in the WHO index list. Already dialogue is going on with the Republic of Belarus and the Russian Federation time to time from the last 2 years, and also which I have told that with the Indonesia we are already signed the MOU, which is going to be released very soon in 1 or 2 days. We are the ISO 17025 laboratories in case of chemistry, microbiology, and also in our pharmacognosy laboratory from the last 2 years. And again, it is recognized for next 4 years also. And we have also already have the certification of integrated management systems, that is IMS, given by the Bureau of Indian Standards for the quality management systems, environmental management system, and also occupational health and safety management system in the campus. These are the pictures of the certificate. Already we have started selling the pharmacopoeias and soft copies of our monographs, and you can buy the single monograph in just 50 rupees by paying your mobile or any other debit card or credit card by this portal of PCIMH. Also, you can see that we have already collaborated with some national universities like Sri Krishna Ayurveda University of Kurukshetra here, and also with our Jamia Hamdard University at New Delhi, and previously the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for the purpose of developing the One Hub One standards. Already 50 monographs are ready, and very soon we are going to publish these monographs It is under the printing. And also the third one with the MIT University, we have the collaboration with them. And other 5 collaboration are in the pipeline. One from with the CMAP Lucknow, another is NBRI Lucknow, and also with the NIPER Mohali. We are going to sign the MOU very soon, and also with the NIA Jaipur. So some international pharmacopoeia training we have conducted. You know that Philippines with the Philippines Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare (PTAC), they have came to us. 2 officers from the FDA of Philippines and another 4 scientists from this institute. They came to us in the November, and they taken the 1-week training, hands-on training program in the institute. And already this is the capacity building training programs which we have organized. Till now, every 3rd month we are conducting these training programs to the Indian stakeholders, including the drug manufacturers and also for the pharmacy in charges of the different institutes. Students from not only from the homeopathy college, but also from the Ayurveda, Unani and Siddha colleges came to us regularly, and more than 2,000 students every year get the 1-day training programs in our institutes. And also just 2 years ago, we have sponsored one WHO sponsored training programs we have conducted. It was 3 days training programs. We have total about 23 participants from 9 countries like Bhutan, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal, Maldives, Timor-Leste and Bangladesh. They have participated in this hands-on training programs. Internationally I have also visited the PTAC Institute just a year ago with some professors and vice chancellors of the National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. And also the WHO headquarters, Dr. Rudy Eggers, along with Dr. Pradeep Dua, they visited to us, and they wanted that our institute is having the capacity to make a WHO collaborative center, not only for the quality control of the zero countries drugs, but also for the trainings. Thank you very much to all of us. Because time is less, so I have done as fast as I can. Thank you very much. You can visit to us and see our website, so all the activities which we are doing and programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I think it was so substantive. I think everybody would have taken a lot of notes for now, given that pharmaceutical industry, both in modern medicine as well as traditional medicine, the backbone is the pharmacopoeia, and therefore, if this is not regulated properly, the quality and standards maintenance, that is often an issue of conflict between export-related markets, is often compromised, and therefore this is quite going to be for anyone taking notes from Indonesia would be a very relevant PPT to take down. We will also now invite Dr. Monica to express her views on in her experiences on running Ayurveda-related services, as well as also providing us an overview of traditional medicine-related services in Indonesia and what are the challenges and prospects that you see. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. It's 12, so good afternoon, everybody. This room is full of scientists, researchers, and some amazing people who've done a lot of amazing work. One, I'm not a doctor. I'm a very small entrepreneur. I feel after hearing all of you today, I'm the small seed that fell to Indonesian land, which is such a fertile land, some 30 years back. And I started my journey in Indonesia. Ayurveda happened by chance. I grew up in North India, but despite grandmama recipes, I had actually no idea about what Ayurveda is. Nani would say, take this, we would take. Dadi would say, take that, and we would take it. But there was no other formulation or scientific basis. We just followed. So out of my own very painful journey, where we tried to find a medical ability for a disability, I fell into Ayurveda trying to understand. And when it happened for us, despite traveling the world to find a solution which my husband had called sarcoidosis, about 25 years back, there were only 4 doctors. We went around the world. Ayurveda came to us through a friend, and they said, hey, Monica, you're from India. How come you don't know about it? And that's when we started our research. So my journey into Ayurveda is purely out of my pain and to understand what it could do for us. And what Ayurveda did for us, a lot more things did not do for us. So when you were talking about seeds, sir, I think I'm that little seed that fell, discovered Ayurveda, and all of you are my roots, because had you all not done your research, your forefathers and other people, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. So Ayurveda, we started as a collaboration and a partnership, a JV with a company in India called Kerala Ayurveda Limited. We did a lot of research. We discovered in Bangalore a place called Ayurveda Gram, run and operated by a gentleman called Ramesh Vangal. He's the one who pulled my husband out of sarcoidosis. And I started learning. So this journey steps back about 9-10 years back. 25 years back is when we discovered, but my research into understanding what nature can do, what plants can do, wellness. We say it is a balance of mind, body, and the soul. Now, the mind is very intelligent, so it's always constantly learning new things. The body, oh, we keep on eating junk food, fast food, run here, there. So we spoil the body many a time. The soul, we go for spiritual discussions, we listen to bhajans in the morning, and we all try to calm ourselves. I think balance of wellness today is all about understanding what you want and trying to attain happiness about it. And that was my journey as a small entrepreneur. So at a micro level, you all are somewhere there, and I'm somewhere there as a small seed trying to do things in my own little way. Indonesia does not have a recognition for Ayurveda, whereas traditional medication, I started learning about Indonesian traditional medication more than I knew about Indian traditional medication. Tolak Angin. Anytime you're unwell, oh boy, just take a little sachet of Tolak Angin and you're going to be completely vigorous. You're not going to have fever, you're not going to have things. But coming to Jamu, which Gautamji told me about. Now, Jamu comes from two words. Like Ayurveda, Jamu comes from two words. Java and Nugramu, which means mixing or gathering, which is exactly what our grandmoms also did. So the traditionality continues. Now, Tolak Angin is one such. There are different oils. Like in India, we've got different oils from Ayurveda. We have something called as the Minyak Gosok. I'm sure the ladies and the gentlemen from Indonesia know about it. Minyak Gosok is amazing. You have a little bit of an insect bite, you've got a little bit of a swelling, pain, you rub that oil and it goes. But in the last 30 years in Indonesia, I've seen some other companies that have come up with other formulations, which means things are happening. Ayurveda comes from the Sankhya philosophy. It is a combination of herbs together with treatments, massages. Abhyangam is there, Svedanam is there. We've got the Shirodhara is there. Indonesia also has the same. Indonesia has traditional medication, or I would say supplements, but they are bifurcated. They are not put together into a scientific order. However, they are fragmentally scientific in terms of what they do. Now, when you do a Tolak Angin intake, which is a supplement, and after that, you go for a hot stone, a black hot stone, which comes from Central Java. You do that deep tissue massage, you're completely cured. You don't have fever. So there are different ways that these need to come together, the treatments. I talk from a very layman point. I don't have a scientific base except that I've tried it on myself. I've seen it across 30 years journey in Indonesia. And I run an Ayurveda center now, which is in Bali, and we see that in the guests. We actually do the formulations for Jamu as a portable tonic. So you take ginger, you take turmeric, you take tamarind. Try it in your own homes. You'll love it because the tamarind will give you the taste to drink it. Turmeric, we already know, has amazing properties. And ginger, again, we already know has amazing properties. So that is the common Jamu tonic that every home makes in Bali. I know it does in Java. It has a slightly different formulation from the grandma recipes. And we make it because we use it to give immunity to the guests who come for us. Mental illness is being touted as the most important area to focus on to help the body and the soul. And everywhere I go, people ask me, what are you doing about digital detox and mental illness that is coming from it? Again, Gurjitji was saying jamu because he spent years in Indonesia. So, you guys can make a concoction at home. Look at hair. We know coconut oil is very good, but sometimes we get brands which have got chemicals in it. VCO, which is virgin coconut oil, another industry that I worked with before I stepped into Ayurveda. You combine that with neem, your hair fall stops. These are very simple remedies. We all know that. And it's just that Ayurveda, as a science which I'm learning, has formulated a lot of these into supplements which are distributed. Kerala Ayurveda is a brand, which is when we discovered, my husband and I started researching. We came to know they have over 250, 300 formulations which they are retailing in India and over, I think, 150 or 200 in the US. So they have approvals, they have gone about it the right way, and that is why I need BPOM's help to bring it to Indonesia, because there is a huge market. People come to me, I was shocked. I thought when I opened the Ayurveda Center, I would only have expat Indians like myself coming. But the country that visits me most is from Brazil. They come for 28 nights of Panchakarma. Barbados, the US, Turkey. I have Spain, Switzerland. The communities there know about Ayurveda and they seek Panchakarma. Just ask yourselves, you all live in India, how many of you have actually done a 14-night or a 21-night Panchakarma to detox yourselves? It's a question you need to answer. You guys are all researchers here. You're looking after your health. And these are the learnings that I've put together and started my small little business. All of you are most welcome to come to Bali. I have a lot to learn from you, so I would be honored. And once again, I'm really grateful to be here today. Thanks to Sanjeev ji and Gautam ji. And please stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica, for highlighting the work that you do in Bali with reference to promotion of Ayurveda there and the challenges in acceptability as a formal system of medicine in Indonesia. So that is something that needs to be discussed at a bilateral level for, the mutual recognition agreements that often take place under those paradigms. I will now request our chair, Dr. Dev Pujari, to moderate the question answer session that we're just going to take 5 more minutes. If anybody has a questions, sir will moderate that, and also sir will give the concluding remarks. Making observation on what the panelists have also spoken on. Thank you.
So, thank you, madam. And though the time is over, but the panelists are so great that it was decided by the organizers to allow question answer session for 5 minutes. So I request if anybody has any question for these panelists, please. And hear from the researcher to layperson's perspective, everything we have heard about and regarding traditional medicine. So I think you may have many questions in your mind, but yes, for 1 or 2 we can allow. Sir.
Thank you, sir. It was really a very vibrant session, all the speakers. Just one small question to Professor he talked about the idea or concept of Ayurveda, and that can be implemented or localized across the globe. So is that concept being recognized by WTO or international things? And if it is recognized, where is the source? Can you go through that? Because that is very important for us, for IIBC to be considered on that.
The conceptual foundation and philosophical foundation, what I meant was, for example, Ayurveda or Siddha or Unani and Sovaripa, we have the classical textbooks like Charaka Samhita, Susura Samhita, Ashtangar there, and hundreds of classical manuscripts and textbooks which deals with the core concepts which are derived from, as she said, our Sankhya, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimamsa, and all those things. So these are the core concepts, and based on which the Shastra or the science has developed in Ayurveda as well. So that forms the core. It's the foundation. It is the basement on which the entire practice is practiced, or even in education section. What I meant was, so this is very important. For any medical system, for example, JAMU or other medical systems that you have in Indonesia, first of all, the systematic documentation of traditional knowledge related to plants used for food and medicine in Indonesia is very vital. Documentation before it goes into extinction, if at all it is there. Number two is that to have whether they probably they have certain concepts which, for example, a particular plant is given for a particular condition, for example, fever or X or Y, why it is used. For example, in Ayurveda, before using it for Jwara, like fever-like conditions, you have to know what kind, whether it is a Paitika Vikara or a Kapacha Vikara, or based on Tritosha, Saptathadu, and all those things. These concepts we are adopting before giving a medication to a patient. So not just, one Calmake or what Andrographis paniculata is mixed into a decoction and then given to a fever condition. That is, that's not the way that Ayurveda functions. It is based on the concept. So that is very important in Indonesia. So if it is not there, that's where I said, why don't you, take the core concepts of Ayurveda for the, documentation and utilizing the locally available resources in Indonesia. See, all this matters if there is a vision. In that country, a vision is to be there. It's not just herbal medicines, like the entire, medical system, because the security of a nation depends on the health security as well as the economic security. So how you project that matters a lot.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, sir?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for all the insightful discussions that were held on the panel. My name is Madhusudan Chauhan. I'm CEO of Jiva Ayurveda. Two quick questions. One, I think on the very important point of the conceptual framework of Ayurveda, and one of the key distinction of Ayurveda being is the fact that it is able to personalize the entire healthcare experience basis the individual markers and their individual pathogenesis. While we see a lot of effort happening on the formulation and the plants and the monograph side, one of the key elements that sometimes I'm not sure if it is being addressed is the world over there are thousands of traditional medicines, right? But the distinction being whether it is a traditional medicine practice, which is just happening basis experience or oral traditions, or the intuitiveness of the healer itself. The gentleman from South Africa, there are sangomas, but it is not documented anywhere. To a traditional medicine system where there is at least a rationale with which the healer or the practitioner is acting. And then a traditional medicine science, which means we've taken parts of this system and we've tested it and created evidence and data and research behind it. And each one lies on a different part on the continuum. While there is an effort to do it on the formulations and the plant and the ingredient side, will we see an effort on that basic conceptual framework and trying to link at least some commonalities across these different traditional medicine systems? Myanmar, for example, as part of the ASEAN, refers to Madhav Nidan as the core book of their traditional medicine system. Because if we're able to do it, maybe we are able to pool different country international resources together to invest in that common pool of knowledge together instead of each country doing it on their own, which will further become the foundation of boosting, creating scientific evidence around the system as a whole. That's one. Would we see such a
WHO is working on that, and WHO traditional medicine policy is again revived for 2025 to 2034. So now it will come in the general body meeting of WHO. And there are several meetings. And many countries, particularly Southeast Asian countries, their experts are meeting in the different meetings, and there is a very good discussion on that.
Thank you. And second question.
And WHO is publishing benchmark documents for different type of medicines. So that is another initiative by WHO.
And second question to the guest from Indonesia. I mean, a great initiative, and I think combining the two sciences together will bring up a lot of positives. But I just wanted to understand from an intent point of view, are you looking at JAMU more as health promotion with products which are able to promote health, or is there a serious intent to look at it as a medical system as well, working in parallel with the conventional model medical system in Indonesia?
Madam, this question is for, I think, you.
All right, thank you for the question. The JAMU is here, probably Madam will explain it, what the purpose of this topic is for JAMU in Indonesia actually. So we have the traditional medicine in JAMU in Indonesia, but haven't got any scientific recognition yet. So still in, as mentioned earlier, it's in community knowledge that JAMU is for curing or preventing for certain illnesses or diseases. But we don't know why and what content are they. It scientifically hasn't proved yet. So some other, lots of actually small studies by students done in these cases, but hasn't got a big picture. And then the data, it's how and why and when we can take the JAMU, for example, isn't scientifically written yet. That's why we might address this. So in terms of what Ayurveda done in India, and at the same time, probably we could learn and from what they mentioned from earlier presentation, that how do we standardize it as traditional medicine, for example. It's not to the the higher level of that medicine that we propose to. So it's still very basic knowledge that we have.
Thank you very much, madam. I think now we have really finished our time. So a quick look at what all have presented. So, okay. Thank you. With the permission of my co-chair, I am going to sum up. We had 4 speakers, and the 5th one is the sharing of the experience with Ayurveda. It was really equally great, madam. Thank you. And we started with Vinod Kumar. Vinod Kumar ji, whether you use the word yardsticks of ease? Yardstick of ease, that is new. First time I have heard. And whether you have noticed it or not, I don't know. But thank you for the new word and the new concept, I think. And there was a very good discussion on the strength of Ayurveda principles in practice. So that also I need not talk much about, because Vinod Kumar ji has thrown a very good light on that. Professor Neelu, our guest, she spoke very nicely about, I think she is having a very clear idea about what she expects from India. So that is what I understood from her speech. And she already told us that it is not recognized officially in Indonesia, but how India and Indonesia can collaborate in research, in practice, in products, in industry. That is what all her questions are. Madam, you have mentioned about palm leaf manuscripts. Huh?
Yeah.
Yes, so that is again a new piece of information for me, because in Ayurveda, the manuscriptology is a department, and independent research institute for study of manuscriptology under Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences is working in Hyderabad. So that is another great area what I am finding. uh, for the research. Thank you, madam. Though our Leah Farda madam is from the modern medicine, she very nicely put her view that clinical trial is the gold standard. And we need to generate a data because we are living in the era of information, era of data, and the AI is on our doorstep. So in this scenario, it is very important to conduct clinical trials. And in India, we are also emphasizing this in a very large scale. And all our postgraduate dissertation works mainly based on the clinical trials of different drugs or herbs or the procedures or the panchakarma and so on. And thank you very much, madam, for your inputs regarding this. We have a very good presentation by Dr. Raman Mohan Singh ji, and it is really, he told twice in his speech that please visit his institute. It is worth visiting. My request to all those who have come all the way from Indonesia over here and the other countries, please go to the institute, visit that institute. Means seeing the presentation is, I always feel that this is two-dimensional, and visiting a institute is three-dimensional. It is always better to go for a three-dimensional things than the two-dimensional things. So, sir, I am very much thankful to you for your very nice presentation and the activities done by so many activities, not only few activities, and the international collaborations which is going on there. And it is really great to hear from you. And once again, twice, again 4 times. Now request is please try to visit that institute. It is not far away. 35 kilometers is not a big distance in Delhi. So I am very much thankful to Monica madam also for her sharing her experience as a layperson. And it was really nice to hear from a layperson also in such a gathering. So it is very important. So thank you very much to all, and I think I will conclude this session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for summing up all the key points highlighted by the panelists so beautifully. So we are running 30 minutes late, and we will now break for maybe 10 minutes and then come back and resume as soon as possible. Thank you. Can we just request the panelists to please wait? We will be. Okay.
I can't hold them right here.
Who will do that? Let me. Okay, there will be a group photo, and also we will request Ms. Mona Lisa Dash to please present a token of appreciation from RIS to the panelists. As I call the name, we will begin with first Dr. Dev Pujari. And then we have Dr. Vinod Kumar. And Professor Neelu. Dr. Leah Farida. And Dr. Raman Mohan Singh.
We would request हम एक ग्रुप फोटो लेंगे Thank you. So we'll meet at the next session will start at 12:40. Please rush back as soon as you can.
पहली बार बुला था तो ना इतना दिन हो गया advisor Ayurveda. Your benefit to Bharat. We have
Okay, sir. Then it's okay. Thank you, sir.
Harus, harus. Sebenarnya lo sabe.
We are going to begin the session now. Please come back to your seats. I request the panelists to please come to the dais. Please take your seats again. We're going to begin the session. Panelists, please come to the dais. महेश सर आ जाइए उपाध्याय The panelists, please come to the dais. Dr. Aime Joni and Dr. Chandra Sanwal. Hi. Dr. Camelia. And Dr. Pawan Dhar, please come to the desk. We are also waiting for Professor Gulshan Sachdeva. Please come. So in the meanwhile, can we start the session? This session is on medicinal plant governance, imperatives for sustainable bioresource management. So as I stated earlier, this one will look at the complementarities between the two countries because both of them are very rich in biological diversity and the consequent use of this resource for the medicinal the medicinal plant sector as well as the herbal industry as well as the traditional medicine industry. However, there are issues of sustainability that have cropped up as the industries have taken off. And therefore, the ways of conservation and also looking at alternative sources of procurement of medicinal plants, which form the key raw material of this industry. We will be looking at those issues and also the R&D, specifically with relation to agri-techniques or maybe even germplasm development or germplasm exchange in terms of bilateral engagements for broader conservation and sustainable use of bioresources. So we have with us Professor Mahesh Dadej. He's a CEO of the National Medicinal Plants Board. So we'll be chairing, and also Dr. Kaustav Upadhyay, Advisor, Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush. The co-chairs will basically take over. So I would request Dr. Mahesh to moderate the session. Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I welcome to all in the second session. The medicinal plant governance imperatives for the sustainable bioresources management. I welcome to our colleague and senior Dr. Kaustav Upadhyay ji, Advisor Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and our panelist, Professor Ravi Srinivas, Consultant, RIS, New Delhi, Dr. Chandrasekhar Sanwal, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, National Medicine Plant Board, New Delhi, Dr. Ahmed Joni, Universities, Padasjaran, IIBC, Bandung, Professor Dr. Kemila Panat Rani, Head of Department of Physics, University, Padasjaran, Bandung, Dr. Pawan Dhar, Executive Director, CVG, Center for Synthetic Biology and Biology and Biomanufacturing, Kochi, and Professor Gulshan Sachdeva, Chief Coordinator, Dakshin RIS, New Delhi. I welcome to all of you, and in front of my seat, all the audience, and I am very happy to know that yesterday I Googled the same in Jammu in Indonesia, and I am very happy to know that the Jammu and Ayush system are very close of each other. Jammu and Ayush are based on the traditional medicine systems. Both systems use natural treatments such as herbs, plant, and other natural materials. Both systems aim to promote health and wellness. Both Jammu and Ayush are deeply rooted in their respective countries' culture. Both systems are considered alternative medicines working alongside modern medicine systems. Both systems place importance on education and research to preserve and develop traditional knowledge. Both systems receives government support which help in their development and promotion. Some differences are also mentioned, and I find that the traditional knowledge Jammu uses Indonesian traditional knowledge while Ayush uses Indian traditional knowledge. Treatment methods Jammu primarily uses herb and plant, while Ayush uses various treatment methods such as Ayurveda, yoga, pranayam, naturopathy, etc. And Ayush is more widespread in India, while Jammu is more prevalent in Indonesia. So some is the I googled and find. Now I would like to some expand regarding the National Medicinal Plant Board, and detail are will be explained by our Deputy CEO, Dr. Chandrasekhar Sanwal. National Medicinal Plant Board, in order to promote medicinal plant sector, Government of India has set up a National Medicinal Plant Board, that is called NMPB in short, Ministry of Ayush on 24th November 2000. The primary mandate of the NMPB, Ministry of Ayush, is to develop and implement policies program for overall growth of medicinal plant sector, which include conservation, cultivation, and sustainable use both at the national and international level. NMPB works through their 7 regional facilitation centers and 37 state medicinal plant board and state implementing agencies like Forest Department, research institutions to effectively implement central sector scheme for conservation, development, and sustainable management of the medicinal plant at the national level. Now, before I request to our panelists, I would like to request to our co-chairperson and my senior advisor to Kostu Upadhyay to kindly view our points before our team. Thank you.
Respected Chairman Mahesh Vijji, my dear panelists and dear friends. Traditional medicine all across the world, it is actually the wisdom of the common people, common folk and community, which is actually coming in the form of traditional medicines. What is the theme behind this traditional system of medicines? See, it is the nature's inbuilt mechanism. See, if anybody, suppose a dog gets disturbed in its health in your house, what happens? It will go to the lawn and it will eat some grass and it will vomit and get it correct itself. You might have seen animals, many animals like cat and Shilajatu we are using since centuries, but the scientific world came to know about it after a Western scientist who is a mountaineer. So while observing, he observed the monkeys of certain area are very much healthy than the lower altitude monkeys. So he followed why these monkeys are too much healthy. And when he followed up, that they are going to the creases of mountain rocks and used to scrap certain material and they used to consume it. And he wanted to find out what is that. Then they found that it is a Shilajatu, which is commonly used in traditional medicines. But how this knowledge has come to the monkeys? So this is God's inbuilt mechanism. In Ayurveda, we say, Kuruvatehi ruchim doshaha viparita samanayoho. If body imbalances happens, body creates a desire in your innate desire to have the things which are opposite to that quality. Suppose you are facing winter, you don't feel to take anything cold, you want to take something hot. If it is rainy days, you want to have pakodas, hard substances, something like that, isn't it? So this is body's innate nature. So that is the root cause. And even in Ayurveda, we say the plants and other medicines, they are known to common people who are forest dwellers, who are around the forest areas where they go day and in and day out, they are with the vicinity of the plants. So they will come to know about those nature. They will observe the plant animals, how they behave and what they will do. So these observations will be combined together and that will make as a base material for any science, any traditional system of medicine. Even modern science has developed so much because of the knowledge of traditional medicine which has been consumed. Quinine, what is quinine? It is from the traditional medicine adopted.
So many medicines have come from the botanical origin. It is based on traditional knowledge. So what is Jamu and what is Ayurveda? Sir has already briefed certain issues. The thing is, fortunately in India, these traditional systems has codified in a very methodological thing. We observe the nature, we codified, then after compiling, collating all the observation, we have made it into a systematic science. And that is in Ayurveda, we have developed the theories how to decide on the quality of the unknown material. Suppose dragon fruit, I think Indonesia it's popular. We are using, but it is not mentioned in Ayurveda. How to decide the quality? We have a base. So that base has been developed in these traditional systems, and that same Ayurveda has, went to other parts of the world. If it went to Unani, Greek part, and it is preserved by the Arabs as Unani. The same knowledge preserved in Tamil language as Siddha. The same knowledge has gone to China, and it is Chinese system of medicine. And same knowledge is preserved in Tibet, and it has become Savaripa. It is a common knowledge, common pool of knowledge. But in certain parts of the world, this could not be codified. But it is in practice, in way. And the interaction between the experts of traditional medicine from one country to another country was there since time immemorial. If you see the Charak Samhita, the oldest treatise of Ayurveda in India, they mention the scientific seminar where a person from Bahlika Desha, the present Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan area, that Bahlika Desha, Kankayana physician came to India to have a discourse on medical science. So these interactions were happening. From here, people are going to other parts of the world, and other parts, people are coming here, and this is the common pool of knowledge. But only thing, certain traditions could not be codified because of the local reasons. But more or less, they have same base, and if we have good interaction, we can enrich all the systems mutually, and we can support each other. And I think we will open up the meeting for the panelists and have a good discussion. Thank you.
That we have with us is Professor Ravi Srinivas. Professor Ravi Srinivas is an IPR expert, other than a whole lot of expertise that he has on biotechnology and related research. So, sir, can you just express your views? We will keep we request all the panelists to keep their speeches to around 7 minutes max. This will help us to, run the session in time and complete it on time. And we'll also leave some space for discussions later on. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Namrata. Thanks. I thank the organizers for the opportunity. I thank the chairman of the panel also. It is really interesting and it's quite relevant that they've used the word governance in bioresource management. Because normally when we talk of bioresource management, we often think more in terms of conservation and preservation than governance. Governance is a very broad term that encompasses a whole lot of things, including innovation governance, but goes beyond regulation. So if we talk of governance of bioresources, then we need to do a couple of things which may appear to be totally disconnected or totally, unrelated. For example, the traditional biodiversity conservation approach is good, it's fine. Particularly when it comes to medicine plants, we need it more. But today, in the changing climate context and changing other context, it is not sufficient in the sense that we need to move towards modern conservation techniques. We need to move towards creating some sort of what I would say that digital twins for medicinal plants, and also look whole lot of new technology that are emerging like genome mapping and all. It's also equally important that both India and Indonesia are biodiverse, bio-rich countries. There should be some sort of collaboration and cooperation in working on medicinal plants, particularly the ones that are very commercially relevant, and then that are also equally relevant from the point of view of medicine. So I think there is good scope to do some sort of governance mechanism in that. Now, coming to some specific issues, first thing I want to highlight is climate change is going to be a major disruptor in every way we want, because climate change is not only going to affect the ecosystem, it is
emerging as a great threat to the biodiversity itself. I mean, totally unanticipated floods, droughts, and other things. So the Medicinal Plant Board and other stakeholders should ensure that the climate change does not affect the medicinal plants, at least in some sense, in the sense that, of course, it could have qualitative implications for medicinal plants if the climate change continues for long. Isn't there could be prolonged drought or something may also affect. So one way to do that is to create some sort of thing, some sort of insurance mechanism against climate change, identify are the critical medicinal plant areas or the areas of cultivation, what will be the impact of climate change for it, and then identify adaptation strategies and wherever possible mitigation strategies also. If necessary, I think medicinal plants which are grown in a very prone climate change area may have to be cultivated again in some other areas which could be suitable for them, so that we have some backup, and then we also increase the acreage of that. It is also important in my view that as we talk of climate change and other things, we need to again reinvigorate the new technologies which could be used for that. For example, today there is a whole lot of thinking about digital sequence information. But right now, the digital sequence information is available mostly for what has been already done, and I don't think much work is happening in terms of medicinal plants and digital sequence information. But in future, in digital sequence information is going to be something that's going to be very, very important when we want to innovate new drugs or come up with identify new compounds and all. So I think it's good time to start a project on digital sequence information for at least critical medicinal plants that are also equally important for conservation purposes. So by we do that, the genome sequencing, digital sequence information, bioinformatics, combined with our traditional knowledge, digital library, and other techniques, we may be able to use the bioinformatics and related technologies much more better than what we are doing now. So this again means governance should also take into account the innovation reach. My second point here is that fine, we all talk about innovation, we all talk about that, but how do we link up innovation with emerging technologies? See, normally we all think that conservation means more status quo approach, but I think it need not be. Synthetic biology, as Professor Pavandar would tell you, is opening up lots and lots of opportunities in innovation. Particularly, synthetic biology is capable of doing certain things which we thought were not at all possible earlier. So I would urge the Medicinal Plants Board to start some work on how synthetic biology and medicinal plants, what is the importance, how they can be impacted, and how synthetic biology can be used in medicinal plants, using medicinal plants, and it could also create some sort of synthetic pathways in the new products based on medicinal plants. So that's good scope for that. My third point here would be that tissue culture has always been one of the prominent methods of medicinal plant cultivation and preservation. But I think it's also high time that we move beyond tissue culture, adopt the more very recent approaches in tissue culture, and try to see that tissue culture also remains as a backup strategy when it is required, or exploit tissue culture in areas where it has not been tried up now. Then we also need to link up the demand versus supply versus the innovation requirement in medicinal plants. So bioresource management also should look into the future demands. What could be the future demands? For example, if we think that the Ayush industry is going to grow up by 20% or 15% per annum, and then which are the critical mineral, which are the critical bioresources, particularly the medicinal plants, and what would be the demand for them after 5 years, 10 years, then we need to govern in such a way that we do not face the problem of low quality or poor quality bioresources, and we also have sufficient bioresources on hand. Otherwise, the problem of demand versus supply issue would come, and it's always better to plan in advance, have some foresight, ensure that the supply chain is very much easily available in terms of good quality. Coming to this point of supply chain, I think now the time has come, since we talk of globalizing Ayush and Ayurveda, and particularly in India, and since we also plan a whole lot of initiatives that want to export and then that also want to promote Ayurveda, we need to have a supply chain mentality for Ayush as well. That should again begin with medicinal plants, cultivation, and then the entire value chain. So when we think on those lines, innovation and value chain, then we need to look into how good the medicinal plant cultivation, processing, or that part of the value chain is well equipped today to handle not only the forthcoming needs, but also to create a seamless value chain that could run across not only India but elsewhere as well. So this, I think, a value chain approach to medicinal plants, particularly bioresources, is important. Now we all know that the conventional biodiversity, the biodiversity targets, and also the so many targets which are all are there. But I think it's also equally important. Sustainable use of bioresources should also mean sustainable utilization and conservation, which means that what we mean by sustainable utilization in medicinal plants, we need to take a very qualitative view and then identify the factors that could constrain it. Coming again to CBD, we know that CBD is now a digital sequence information. That's a treaty which is they are undergoing now. So that could be a factor which we need to look into. But the overall CBD framework, how we can use it for medicinal plant bioresource, we should look into. And one thing which I think is important here is that right now there is no linkage between biodiversity financing and then medicinal plants cultivation or financing for it. It is high time that we try to bridge this and bring in bioresource management and finance under biodiversity finance, so that the critical medicinal plants and bioresources that are important for oil sector also get some due or some share from the biodiversity finance. If we can link up that, then it will be easy for us not only to justify governance of bioresources in a sustainable and environmentally friendly way, but also ensure that there is some sort of finance mechanism that come close to them on account of biodiversity finance. My humble submission would be that please ensure that at least 10% of the bio finance, whatever the targets or whatever the money that flows in, should be earmarked for particularly for medicinal plants and then also for bioresource conservation related studies. So with that, I would stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ravi. You have given us a whole lot of points to take home, key being the climate change and relevance on its impact on medicinal plants, primarily the biodiversity, also on use of new technology and innovation such as DSI for critical medicinal plants related research, and also biofinancing for medicinal plants that are critical to the industry, amongst others. So we will now invite Dr. Chandrasekhar Sanwal, Deputy CEO of NMPB, New Delhi, to express his views.
Dignitaries on the dais, our CEO sir and joint advisor, and dignitaries from the Malaysia, Indonesia, and dignitaries of the dais also from Malaysia, and top-notch officers from PCMH, chair, and other colleagues and members from different institutions of the country, and dear students. Good afternoon, namaskar, and greetings to everybody. Here I would be overview, just saying overview. I would be focusing actual factual points only, and what is expected from this roundtable discussion. So first point, traditional medicine system and biodiversity and sustainable management of bioresources. As my previous colleagues has told, there might be difference, but in India it is very well structured and very well organized for the system of medicines. I am from the Indian Forest Service. So this post is reserved for Forest Service officers. So how this there is correlation, direct correlation between biodiversity and sustainable management, especially for the future generations, the availability of raw material for the future generation. So as far as the topic is concerned, medicinal governance imperative of sustainable bioresource management. Systems of traditional medicine like Ayurveda and Siddha, etc. in India and Jammu in Indonesia are heavily reliant on medicinal plants resource as resource base for the growth of the respective industries. So here I would like to say Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and Sovarika are the traditional medicine systems prevalent in our country, and also homeopathy. All are dependent on the medicinal plants, medicinal biodiversity, and more than 70% is still collected from the forest only. So there is a direct correlation between biodiversity and our traditional medicine system. If we lose the biodiversity, definitely it will affect the future raw availability of other industries. That's why this topic is, I think, sustainable bioresource management. So I'll focus what we are doing, what is how and why this National Medicine Board has been constituted. See, actually, just in a simpler note, I would like to say, when we talk of doctors or the traditional medicine systems, they were the experts in their own countries, different countries. One side. Secondly, because it's coming from the forest. So forest biodiversity. Third, it is agriculture, cultivation, because Ministry of Agriculture most of the times in all the countries, they are discussing it. So they are coming in the review of Ministry of Agriculture, cultivation. And the botany also. Botany people are everywhere because they are dealing with the medicinal plants. So all are dealing with medicinal plants. So to coordinate all the activities, this NMP was constituted in 2000s. So we are coordinating with all the bodies of our country, and also we are providing funds for the promotion of the traditional systems. So we are basically a funding agencies. How it can be promoted? We are funding to the forest department also, to the biodiversity people to manage the biodiversity also, all the government institutions as well as the private parties or institutions. Thank you. So both the countries here are abundant in endemic medicine plants and associated traditional knowledge. More than 2,000 plants are in Indonesia, and also in India it is 8,000, which are considered to be the medicinal value. So both the countries can come together and share their experiences, especially for the sustainable availability of raw materials and existing schemes, laws and regulations of each country. Prior to that, I would like to say why this, I think in our address, it was discussed, world is going in the right direction. It means why we are talking of traditional medicine system. See, herbal medicine is happening all over the world. After COVID-19, we have seen the higher increased demand of the medicinal plant and herbal products. Why? Because herbal products are considered safer than modern synthetic drugs, because they lead to ADR, that is called adverse drug reactions, as well as antimicrobial resistant, antibiotic resistance. We are taking the antibiotics, but we are getting the resistance. So the world is moving towards traditional medicine system. Secondly, I would like to mention here that WHO has or have led the foundation of GCTM, that is called Global Center for Traditional Medicine. It has come to India. This is the first UN center. I think many wishes, congratulations to our Honorable Prime Minister as well as our Secretary Sir and our team also, by which it has become possible to meet the center headquarters here only, it's in Jamnagar in Gujarat. That is called GCTM. And it has also got its 6 regional centers, WHO 6 regional centers, starting from America. That is called, they are talking of American traditional medicine systems, because many plants are available there only. They are used for different diseases which are not out of the country. Similarly, the second one is in the Europe also. Third is in the African traditional systems. And fourth is Southeast Asia, that headquartered in India only. Then the fifth is in the East Mediterranean regions. And the last one is, sixth one is in the West Pacific regions. So they have called a regional headquarters, and the main headquarters in Jamnagar. It is coming up. So people realize the demands of the herbal medicines. That's why the center is there. I hope the center will give the recognitions of all these traditional system medicines, as well as they will provide the global herbal market. Also, they will protect the traditional knowledge as well as cultural heritage of this traditional system of medicines. So how we are making the medicinal governance in our country? So we have at the central level, at the apex level, National Medicine Board. So in every state, we are having state medicine board. So just in briefly, I would like to summarize because time is very little. I think we have to say to more, but I would be confined to few major points only. So one of the 17 megabiodiversity country, India, and 15 agronomic zones. Like Indonesia, we have big coastal regions, mountain regions, similarly plains regions, north, east, west, south. So all we have are RCFCs, Regional Income Facility Centers. They are considered our arms. They are helping us. They are promoting this traditional system of medicines, whether it's Ayurveda in northern regions and Siddha in the southern region, and the Unani medicines and the Soa Rikpa in the Leh regions, etc. So from the higher Himalayas to the deeper oceans. Similarly, from the western regions, especially the dry regions, dry part of the country, to the less clean rainforest in the northeastern regions. So we are covering all the parts. Ultimately, it is depending on the biodiversity of that regions. And we have to make sure so that it becomes sustainable for the future generations, so that we can provide the raw material availability to industry people also. So I think my senior officer, I think he has covered how this was considered. Yeah. Here, actually, we are running schemes called center sector schemes, conservation, development, and sustainable management of medicinal plants. So what we are doing, we can replicate that models in Indonesia also. First is institutional strengthening, because at apex levels, we are having National Medicine Board. Similarly, in 37 states, we are having state medicine boards that is taking care of and also coordinating with the biodiversity of that regions, the promotion of this sector. Also, I've spoken, we have several RCFCs in different parts of the countries, whether in the northern regions, central region, eastern region, northeastern regions, we are having 7 RCFCs. So first, I'm coming this round table. First is called cultivation. How to promote the cultivation. So I think most of the people are knowing WHO GEP practices, good agriculture practices. There is one protocol is there, one format is there. Okay, what should be the good agriculture practices? So we have developed 100 volume first, second, and third of techniques of medicinal plants, because medicine was never in cultivation previously. So we have started, especially NMP has started, is cultivation. So, so second part is GFCP, good field collection practices. Similarly, like GEP, when the WHO is given GFCP, good field collection practices, specific formats. We need to say we collect from the forest, because more than 80% is being collected from the forest only, raw material ability. To ensure the raw material, there is a good field collection practices, so that we leave something for the future generation, so that raw material ability can be provided the future needs also, industries also. So how initiate, I would eliminate. So under IC activities like information, education, and communications, we are conducting them, we are doing projects or funding to many different seminars, conferences across the country. So we are keeping the programs for GFCP and GACP especially, if it is being promoted, so that we can conserve our biodiversity. The second point is in situ conservation of medicinal plants, and also the ex situ conservation medicine plants. In situ means the habitats, especially in the forest. How we can ensure that it must be in the forest only. Especially we can conserve the genetic diversity of that region. So I think we might have studied in the books in the
I request you, Deputy CEO, kindly conclude
very short period. Okay. So just, I guess that I will take 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, you know, just, I will be a hurry now, I think. So just to conserve the biodiversity, what we are doing is gender diversity, we are focusing on NPC, this concept like National Park and Biodiversity Sanctuary. Just to conserve the biodiversity particular regions, we have developed the concept of NPCDA. So more than 100 NPC are existing in our country. Means to say, natural forest areas which are having the spot of biodiversity, especially medicinal plants. So we have declared that area as a NPCA, medicinal conservation area. And secondly, resource augmentation. So I is to say, if we find our degraded forest areas, so how we can provide the money to them so that they can plant medicinal trees there, medicinal plants there, so that we can increase the biodiversity of that regions. So this is called in situ conservation. So far, we have developed, I think, more than 1 lakh hectare areas under in situ conservation. Now, coming to the ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation outside the natural habitat by creating the different kinds of herbal gardens, so that we can create the awareness for the local people, right? Institutional herbal garden there, or herbal garden of national importance, state importance. Small herbal garden there. So far, we have developed more than 7,000 herbal gardens across the country. And third is marketing trade. So we have each product also here. It helps in marketing so that people from different across the regions, they can put the demand there, also can the supply there, so that there can be mutual agreement between them. Third is R&D projects. So we are providing the funds for all the institutions, whether it's all institutes of medicine, AIMS, or to IITs, to every institute in our country. We are providing the funding for, like, in previous lecture, it was spoken like tissue culture. So I would be discussing in the future. We have developed, we have given more than 43 projects. For the data component, this regarding cultivation, we have developed more than 200 hectares area under cultivation. Now it has gone to the MIDH, Mission on Integrated Development Horticulture, to Ministry of Agriculture. So these are in developed, there are different themes areas. Like first is multiple of IT species. IT is in the rare, endangered, threatened species. If there is tools, if there is any methods, so we can develop it like computerized database of medicinal plant and monographs, bioactivity guided fashion sustainable harvesting, post harvest. So they are the different themes which we are providing the funds. So far, we have given the funds, especially for the 5 patented projects. So they are under process. I think most of the things I have covered. To ICR, CSIR, ICFR, CCRS, IITs, all the institutions we are providing the funds. These are the initiatives for NMPB, what NMPB has done. They have provided one helpline numbers to the farmers. If there is anything which is related to the this biodiversity and anything medicinal plants, they can talk. And then each reporter I have discussed, GFCP, GSCP, I have discussed, hiding varieties of medicinal plant also, agrotechniques, then demand and supply studies. What is the demand and the supply? We have given the project. Based on that project, there is a quantification of the demand and supplies. Third is different campaigns. I think time is, I think very little, so I will be fast. Yeah, now coming to the, again, the bilateral cooperation cultivation medicine, especially with respect to Indonesia. So we can have the introduction of economic potential medicine plant, procurement of commercially important varieties of medicine plant, and nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, aromataceuticals, cosmeceuticals, they are industries that depend on the medicinal plants. So we can share the knowledge and transfer technology in the field of medicine cultivation. We can share, we can learn. Similarly, for conservation, we have the protection of RIT medicinal plants, cooperation for the CITES in species, exchange of plants for RIT species, and exchange of herbarium specimen, etc. Cooperation, export, and of sustainable bioresource management for long-term growth of the sector. Indonesia-India Bioresource Consortium, I think it is in existence, so we can have the collaboration with it. I think this is the part of MOU, but we can discuss. Now coming to the last conclusions. There can be a bilateral cooperations for promoting medicinal plant sector for cultivation, germ plant conservation, and for sustainable bioresource management on the basis of mutual benefits under existing laws and regulations. Cooperation in medicinal plant sector may not only enhance their respective position in global medicinal plant trade, but also increase the trade between two nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanwal, for giving a extensive overview on what NMPB is doing and also on the key prospects of cooperation between India and Indonesia. We will now quickly go to Professor Aimed Joni to make a presentation. We will request you to keep your presentation to 7 minutes if possible.
Okay. respected chair of parallel session. I would like to thank also Rich for for inviting me in this occasion. I would like to directly address the issue with a brief discussion because we know we have a limited of time. First, I would like to introduce that I am one of the initiator of India-Indonesian Bioresources Consortium, along with Professor Gautam and Professor Pawan. So in this initiative, we would like to bridge the unorganized sector of traditional medicines from, we call it a health system, from agriculture into the formulation of the traditional medicines. Since today is many information accepted from a wide spectrum of the discussion, so I confuse many area. For example, in Indonesia, there is a difference between traditional medicine along with modern medicines. When you enter the claim that your traditional medicine claim to cure some disease, then you have to enter modern system of approval like clinical trials, any trials. So I'm quite difficult to find the boundaries. Which one is traditional system? Which one is modern system? Or we try, if I see from many colleges in Indonesia, they try to integrate the development of science and technology in formulation like nanotechnology, any material science, try to find out some active materials from herb plants and then integrate it into the drug formulation. They have to follow the regulation what we know in modern medicine. So I quite difficult to find out the differences in Ayurvedic. There is a Ministry of Ayurvedic and Ministry of Health. So how to differentiate the policy, governance, and anything? That is maybe the question for the panel or a previous panel. Maybe if you can clarify. The second one, I also would like to address the common issue. In the future, if we successful promoting this herbal medicine, I agree with the previous talk that we will meet the critical material for the bioresources in the future. So we need to address the climate change and conservation. That is a common, not only for Indonesia, also for India. That we assure that that is common ground that we have to do research together. Yeah. The second one, I would like also to address some challenges in terms of the governance and also the instability of economic. And previous, I think Professor Dasa also addressed, we have different market share in terms of raw materials. I see in Indonesia there are 12 point, I think around 12.7 in already used as a modern medicine. So quite big demand for both countries in terms of raw materials. So how to standardize these raw materials? So in order to allow both for the traditional and also for the modern exchange of raw materials, that is the common opportunity for us together, both Indonesia and India, I think. So I try to find out the common grounds, common problems, and idea of the system, how is the boundaries, and how to resolve this in terms of the technology. I want to highlight that this is my last statement. We already discussed with many stakeholders in Indonesia, along with VP Form and also Ministry of Health and many colleagues in Indonesia in research in this area. First, we would like to strengthen in the institution regulation and infrastructure. This for sure to which system we are belongs to, or automatically we will need this. Also classification of doctor certification in Indonesia. They need to be doctor to be certified as a traditional medicine physician. So this quite different like in India, they can directly certified from Ayur. This is quite different. The second one, maybe strengthen the production system in order to have standardized raw material, and then strengthening science and technology, of course, and R&D. Also, knowledge exchange and human resources competence, like a training. And then the last one is the strengthening market sharings. So this is the for the industrial and business also, because we know this herbal plant will also impact to the directly to low level in community. This will be good also for development. The last one is the preservation. Maybe many technology, many knowledge need to be improved to. We know we have some center in Indonesia, especially for preserving, but this organization there is no leaders in orchestrating this all many widespread of stakeholder. So now my recent government as a single leader to manage from Ministry of Health to Ministry of Environment with one single government leadership. I think start from last year, now it's in working to align all regulation and any other necessary step. I think that's all information I can share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Joni, for highlighting, besides the conservation issues, the key trade-related prospects of medicine and plants, given the fact that Indian traditional medicine industry is, just on a very buoyancy related state, and it's growing at a very fast rate, and therefore the consumption of medicinal plants is huge. So that could be a very strong prospect for trade between the two countries. We will now invite Professor Dr. Camelia Panatrani, Head Department of Physics, University of Padjarajan in Bandung.
Good afternoon, distinguished chair, esteemed panelists, and all the participants. It is an honor for me to come here in this event, special event for me, and I thank Riz for invitation to come to the make small speech from me. Actually, I'm not Ayurvedist or Jamuis. Maybe I'm a beginner of Ayurveda. I'm from Department of Physics, especially in material scientists. Yeah, lots of material scientists searching for trying to find the chemical bioactive compound from the plant or from the bioresources. After that, material scientists synthesize the kind of chemical bioactivity. But I think we in our country, we have lots of bioresources, giant bioresources. Why don't we functional, the bioresources. Yeah. I work with faculty, some researchers from Faculty of Pharmacy to try to make some medicine, but it's sometime it's long time since the regulation is not so. I think India is very advanced in the system of Ayurveda and regulation, and it is very important for us to learn from India. The objective of I talk here is how to, as a material scientist, we have to make, we can use our knowledge to make traditional more function and can have standard as one product, one standard. It is a big opportunity for us since every material have different different function, and how to make the material it's not it's very different, and in the point of view of material science, in traditional medicine system, including Jamu and Ayurveda, I think is facing a lot of challenges, especially in low solubility, how to make it soluble in water, and then instability, how long we can store the drugs or the jamu in the base conditions and safe for consuming, and then lots of traditional medicines are low in bioavailability. So this is lots of challenges for us to make the traditional material standardized for the consumer. And then we have lots of technology for make the advancement to add to use for preparation of materials, especially for traditional medicines, such as nanotechnology, make the drugs more higher solubility and higher bioavailability. And using nanotechnology and base delivery system such as liposome, nanoparticles, and microemulsion, we have tried, and it done for some materials, and I think it can use for preparation of jamu, and this is maybe one of innovation to can add to the traditional material, and also for enhanced activity herbal medicine. We can add make a new formula from one medicine. We can make a new formula, mixing one material with another, and then we can get new function. So it is challenges for us to study. And then from material science point of view, I think the integration of material science and technology into traditional medicines is important, and for the future, it can make maybe lots of kind of functional material with mixing one and another. And then lots of advancement in material science, we can make such a liposome or make a granule or make mixing and solute one particle and another one ingredient of jamu or medicine. Study, I work for successful integration in new material in traditional formulation is use the nanocarrier such as liposome and polymeric nanoparticle to improve the delivery of active constituent from traditional medicines. And then the finding of our study is found that nanocarrier significantly enhance the solubility and also stability and bioavailability of the traditional medicine compound, leading to improved therapeutic effect. And then I think this integration has shown promise in addressing the limitation of traditional formulation, such poor water solubility and low bio availability. Also, another case study is for polymeric nanocarrier and in traditional medicine is application of polymer nanocarriers, including polymer micelle and hydrogel for the delivering active ingredient from traditional medicines. This our finding is advanced material improve the stability and bioavailability of traditional medicine component and making them to effective and safer for clinical use. And this is, I think, it's the impact use of polymer nanocarrier has the potential for revolutionary the delivery traditional medicine, ensuring better patient outcome. Yeah. Also, from the point of view, we think it's impact analysis on new materials on the stability and bioavailability of traditional medicines. One is enhance the solubility, two is improve bioavailability and safety and efficacy. I think the recommendation for the initiative our starting the research in our country is and collaboration with India is in the material science in traditional medicines, how to integrate the material science with traditional materials, and then the regulation and safety consideration, how to compliance with regulation to ensure that new formulation meet regulation standard for safety and efficacy, and also the toxicity study. Conducting through toxicity study to ensure that new materials and formulation are safe for human use. And also we need education and training program since we are beginner, how to provide training for traditional medicine practitioner on the use of new material and technology, and awareness campaign, raising awareness among the public and healthcare professional about the benefit and integrating material science into traditional medicines. I learned from Miss Mona Lisa Das talk, sharing is getting everything. And since India is long journey in the Ayurveda development. So we learn and reflect to, yeah, we can make India as our reference to do the innovation in R&D of jamu and traditional medicine. And I think if you have a recommendation for us to visit, where is the R&D in traditional Ayurveda development, we can visit, and it's very thanks if you can recommend us which center of research we can visit, and we can learn from this center of research. And please stay to connect with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Camelia, for highlighting several clinical studies and also the policy interventions that Indonesia is taking to promote the traditional medicine systems. We will now invite Dr. Pawan Dhar, Executive Director, CVJ Center for Synthetic Biology and Biomanufacturing, Kochi, to express his views.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. So namaste and salam and siang. So what we have been learning since morning, when I think of Ayurveda and Jamu, I see the rediscovery or tracing our roots, and emergence of a Ganga Bali Tehzeeb. Because we're talking of traditional knowledge, we're talking of a lot of things that are in common, but they have not yet found an expression. What also noticed since morning is we are talking about medicinal aspects of the natural resources. This tends to bias us towards thinking that what we are discussing is healthcare, but what we are actually discussing is sick care, not healthcare. Because the sick care is reactive and is disease-centric. Healthcare is proactive and it's wellness-based. When I look at Jamu and Ayurveda, I see there are aspects of sick care and healthcare, both embedded and both need to be independently developed. As a part of the India Bioresource Consortium, headed by Professor Joni, initiated together with Professor Jha, I think we're looking at three phases distinctly, as I understand. The first phase will not involve any data transfer, technology transfer, or material transfer. So the regulation aspects are a little bit relaxed here because we want to start the low-hanging fruit because that is where you see more progress. So the phase one would be more of developing the skills and developing the technological platform, center of excellence. And then we have digital tools and knowledge bases embedded in the whole process. More of documentation, extraction, barcoding, and things like that. But this phase will also tell us what are the process gaps where the governance plugins can come in. I think this have been already hinted. Then we will together move to phase two as IIBC. That's where more academia and industry people can come in, governance people can come in. Now, in this phase two, we are specifically talking of cell-based assays, animal assays, and also embedding the Ayurveda experience of what kind of cell and animal experiments people do. We're talking of clinical trials here. However, the good news is that in the US, now they are authorized, it's kind of a bypass or a shortcut, speeding up. And now they've authorized organoid and organ-on chips, also as part of the clinical data that is acceptable. So that should come in. We need to focus on pharmacopoeia standards and certificate programs. And as we heard in the morning, One Health initiative wherein the environment and human health is clearly understood. So that would be phase two. In the phase 3, now we identify the drug-like molecules. Now we go for a little more detailed study, and then we have clear targets in our hand, and we use nano encapsulation, one of the ways to make sure there is targeted and more impactful drug delivery. At this time, we also need to build pathway models. We need to build, as Ravi was just mentioning, synthetic biology needs to come in phase 3. As we graduate from the reductionist methods to integration in systems biology, and now we are talking of synthetic biology, wherein we typically describe the transfer of metabolic pathways from plants to microbes. So now you have microbes as factories that are going to produce plant medicinal compounds, because now you also need to save plants. That becomes our responsibility. And at phase 3, later part of the phase 3, we would be very interested in developing a wearable technology wherein the recommendation of JAMU comes at real time. And the people who need it, how do they know they need it? And the recommendation comes from this wearable tech. Finally, it would be wonderful to see, as a part of India-Indonesia cooperation that we are very excited about, and signing the MOUs at the top level, Indonesia becoming a global leader in wellness and pharmaceutical industries. So we hope that the small steps that we have taken last 1.5 years, actually, now they are leading to this wonderful event, and I hope that the outcome of this will be the actionable items that we will take, and then leading to great stories that both the great nations will write together. So thank you very much, everyone.
I will now request Dr. Kaustav Upadhyay to please sum up the discussion. Sorry? No, Sachdeva sir will give the concluding remarks, I guess. So after you sum up. Yes, after this.
Regarding collaboration, Ahmed Janiji has highlighted certain things regarding institutional collaborations, regulatory aspect collaboration, and collaboration in production and science and technology, and knowledge exchange. In all these 4 areas, there is wide scope for both the countries have collaboration. Regarding institutional collaboration, already NMPB and Indonesia has got a MOU. There is MOU, and both the countries have rich bioresources. And India has already taken a leadership in conservation, in situ conservation. Already you have seen the presentation, and you can develop a similar model for keeping the conservation, and also to ensure sustainable supply of raw material to the herbal industry. That will be very much, and exchange also, export and import of raw material, because you have a lot of raw material which might have not explored till today also, which is common to India. So that we can collaborate and exchange, and we can improve upon our interactions with both the countries. Regarding regulations, he highlighted the fact that when traditional medicines comes to formulation type, then clinical trial is the gold standard. In India, see, safety and efficacy, these are the main concern for any drug across any country in the world. In India, what we have recognized, the documented traditional knowledge in this form of scheduled books that has been recognized under Drug and Cosmetic Act, which is common act for both modern medicine as well as Indian medicine, traditional medicines. So these scheduled books are considered as a proof of efficacy and safety, because these materials are in consumption since thousands of years in big volume, and whatever the side effects, it has been already recorded in the books, and it has been documented. So that documentation in the pharma schedule book has been taken as a preliminary research, contemporary research, which has done in the earlier era, and that has been recognized in the pharma schedule books. If the medicine or the particular medicinal plant has been mentioned in those scheduled books, that can be licensed directly without going for clinical trial. This is a innovation which India has found, and if Indonesia wants to give recognition to JAMO system as the official system of traditional medicine, you can explore in these lines, and we are open for interaction on regulatory aspect also. Regarding production and science and technology, we have a lot of cultivation schemes, and many industries on their own now they have interacted with the farmers in the field, and they have agreement with the farmers, and many of the raw materials now supplied to cultivated source in India. And good collection practices, all those things are also very much important, that we have to, both the countries has to develop further. It is in preliminary stage now. And knowledge exchange, we have good resources of experts in all the field, including science and technology, this agrotechnics, tissue culture, all those things. And these exchange will be useful for enriching our resources to be useful for both the countries. So this is what we can consider as a takeaway from this discussion, and I'll leave the next Gulshan Satyavati to give concluding remarks.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we had, wonderful discussion for the last 4 hours. And, we are, I represent here Dakshin, Global South Center of Excellence, which is part of the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS. And if you can see the abbreviation of Dakshin, it's development and knowledge sharing. So what we are doing since morning is actually knowledge sharing. And, I'm really glad that Dr. Jha, when he, discussed this thing first with our ambassador in Indonesia, Mr. Sandeep Chakravarti, and then we had a discussion with our DG, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi. And the way in the last 2-3 weeks, the things have really developed. You can see there is a plenty of scope of cooperation which can really happen. And I'm glad Dr. Pathak, she really pushed many things and in the right direction. And then we also had from India ASEAN Center. So in the beginning, as you can see, we discussed in the very first session broad macro issues, how India and ASEAN has become closer, how the centrality of ASEAN within the Indo-Pacific narrative, which is one of the main narratives within the foreign policy of the whole Indo-Pacific region, and then coming to the India-Indonesia strategic partnership, different sectors, and within those sectors, actually, we started discussing coming to health sector, and within the health sector, traditional medicine sectors. So, within 4 hours, I think all the speakers were so clear, and all the able chairs, they were able to summarize. So I'm not going to do that because there is absolutely no time. But there are 2 or 3 points which are really very useful at the end. One is, as I think Ambassador Gurjeet Singh was mentioning, now, we have to kind of reclaim those traditional linkages. At the Dakshin, we work not just only in health, but we also work in other areas, like agriculture, digital solutions, connectivity, education, and also finance and digital. All these green technologies, etc. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to build partnership with all the global South partners. So far, we have been able to establish partnerships with 135 think tanks in more than 85 countries, and every day we are talking to more and more conversations are, in fact, there, where are the development solutions, any part in the global South, how do we really scale up those? And there are all different kind of examples, and this is one was also very useful here, that how the reclaiming what Ambassador Gurjeet was mentioning, reclaiming those traditional linkages. And then the linkages between research institutions and the universities, between India and Indonesia, has to be really strengthened, nurtured further if we really want to go into this direction. And we were told that very soon we are going to have a memorandum of understanding between the different agencies of India and Indonesia. And suggestion was also made by the representative of Ayush Ministry itself that we need to create an India-Indonesia fund for research in traditional medicines. So it means there are a lot of possibilities which can open up now. I mean, there is a broad level, things are happening, you have a kind of understanding, and then we can go into different directions. And in fact, we have many stakeholders here. And everybody has a different way of looking at things. Somebody might look into the biodiversity part, somebody is looking into regulatory part. So let them take a lead wherever they want to take it. Our purpose at the RIS was really, at the Dakshin was, how do we really facilitate these conversations? And I think we have been able to do it. And within RIS and Dakshin and different verticals within RIS, we'll be able to carry forward some of those things. I mean, it has also become quite clear in this discussion of the last 4 hours that in India we have made certain advances as far as Ayurveda and the whole Ayush thing, the whole ecosystem, at all levels. But obviously in Indonesia, things are, as I have understood in the last 4 hours, in Jammu and other traditional medicines, they need to catch up with many other things. So it means, and there was also a very important point which was made and reiterated by others as well, that in Ayurveda, it's not just only about certain things, you also have the concepts, the foundations, philosophy. That also is very, very important to understand the whole Ayurveda system. At the same time, similar things are also happening in other global South countries as well. We heard, from South Africa, from other countries in Africa and from Latin America, and all have their traditional medicine, all have their own philosophies. So perhaps at Dakshin, we might think of actually collating all this information to some extent, what kind of traditional medicine systems, philosophies they have, and then others can pick up whatever they would like to do that. So what at the end we have really is that, I mean, you have done, fantastic work, Dr. Jani, and you about IIBC. Now, you mentioned about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I mean, you already done that kind of work, and how to take advantage from the kind of initiative which are being taken now at the government level. All the good luck, all the good wishes that you'll be able to really make progress in the ideas what you have under this India-Indonesia Bioresource Consortium. But they also have, so it means the collaborations can work on research level, at the understanding level, at the products level. We also have had people from industry. And also at, documenting, as our ambassador was mentioning about biodiversity, regulations, etc. So there are many, many areas, avenues where things can really work. And I'm really thankful that, even very, very limited time, I think all the speakers were able to really make very important points, whatever they wanted to make. Of course, there were restriction of the time, but I think they were all seasoned people, so they were able to do it. Thank you very much. And it has been very useful, wonderful experience for us at Dakshin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will not be going into the question answer session now. That can be discussed at lunch. We will now request Gulshan Sachdeva sir to present a token of appreciation to the panelists. Yes. So this is for Dr. Camelia Panathrani. And then one by one to everybody. So we will also request her to hand over the token to first Professor Mahesh Kumar Dadich. And then Dr. Kaustav Upadhyay. Dr. Ravi, you are not here. So we have Dr. Chandrasekhar Sanwal. Professor Aimed Joni. and Dr. Pawan Dhar. We can take a group photo with all the others. Yes, एक से सरीन गौतम जी
उस तरफ इस तरफ
Thank you. So before we go for lunch, I will also request my two colleagues here, Dr. Sareen and Dr. Gautam Kumar Jha, to offer the vote of thanks. Sareen is in RIS, we are the team of FITM. And I guess with Dr. Gautam, we all have been into the thick of the entire arrangement. So I guess they will have some words to say with regard to the round table.
Good afternoon all. As we wind up today's important event, it is my privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of RIS to all those who have made this event possible. First and foremost, I express sincere gratitude and thanks to all the distinguished chairs and panelists of both the technical sessions, which were very profound and insightful. Each of these panelists and chairs are distinguished people with significant body of work in their respective fields. Thank you very much for your important insights that have illuminated the sessions. Next, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Ayush and its important officials, respected Secretary, respected Joint Secretary, respected advisors, for their unflinching support in fostering these kind of dialogues as part of their commitment to the global propagation of traditional medicine of India, Ayush. I thereafter express my sincere thanks to all the collaborating partners and institutions without whom today's event would not have been feasible and productive. So the University of Pajajaran, University of Udayana, Bali, as well as the Jawaharlal Nehru University, and people, faculty, dean, and students of these three universities who have been very instrumental in realizing today's event. I express my sincere thanks to the Director General of RIS, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, for his vital leadership in accomplishing this event today. Senior faculty members from RIS, Professor Gulshan Sachdeva, Shri Atul Kaushik, and the team of Dakshin, Dr. Pankaj Vasisht from ASEAN India Center, Dr. Namrata Patak from FITM, for their tireless efforts in organizing this event today. We have had a diverse representation of attendees that have enriched today's event. We have clinicians, we have practitioners, we have researchers, we have students, we have people from the Ayush industry. To all those of you who have made the effort to travel from across different parts and different regions of India to grace this occasion, a very heartfelt and sincere thanks. Your presence has truly enriched this event. I also extend very sincere and gratitude to all our colleagues from RIS, those who have silently helped us, supported us from different units of RIS, support staff of technical staff of RIS, and also members from the India Habitat Center, those who have helped us organize this event. And thank you very much. And I hope that the discussions that have happened today will lead to much more fruitful pathways ahead. Thank you very much.
I think one thing is very common in India and Indonesia. Professor Jugam. One thing is very common between the two countries is that everybody is a doctor. You just tell your ailment, and there will be so many suggestions from everyone when you meet. I just give you one small experience. Since I think all you guys are waiting for the food now. So I was sick. I landed to Jakarta, and I had really breaking head, and my head was like thundering upon. And then my host, when I met him, I told him that I have a very bad sick and I have lost my medicines. I was not able to locate the medicine. I had put it in a bag. So I was in a, because I didn't have that much power to locate the medicine. It was the first time in my life. Probably there was, changing of temperature. And Indonesia is a highly tropical country. Sometimes it rains for continuously 15 days. And then you find your shoes is full of fungus and mushrooms is growing there. So the country itself is a huge country. As it was said that 17,000 islands. I stayed in Indonesia for almost 1.5 years with a family who was growing traditional medicine, like jamu. And whole day she would be busy procuring medicines from all different parts of the city and putting in front of my room, and then I will get weird smell sometimes. But slowly I was adopted to that smell. And then, when I came back to India, I wrote an article. There is a bit small story. And that I was telling about the unorganized sector of traditional medicine that is called Jamu in Indonesia. And then suddenly one company came in touch with me and they wanted me to translate certain scientific documents. And it was basically a translation of the process of Jamu, turning into arthritic medicine. It was like 100 pages of translation. While doing those translations, and there were further translations, and later I realized those company which for whom I was working for a very long period of time, they were basically involved in biopiracy from Indonesia. And so after a long period of time, I contacted Professor Pawandhar, and I told him these things are going on. Can we have a project at least? File do some patenting work, decodify through DNA testings. I would visit his lab and see all the things. He found it very interesting. We drafted a project, and then I took the project to the embassy and then different places in Malaysia. I went to different government offices, met different doctors who were involved in traditional medicine. But finally, I met a friend who is Professor Madhujani. He has a big lab of nanotechnology there. When I met him, he took my project like let us go ahead with this. Then I met His Excellency Sri Sandeep Chakrabarti, the ambassador of India in Indonesia, and kya baat hai bhai, let us go ahead with this. Then he told me, let us Gautam, just write an article on this. I wrote an article within a week, and then Professor Sachin Chakrabarti, he actually ambassador sent him the article, and then he called me himself. Gautam, let us have a big meeting on this. We had a kind of long meetings, short meeting, and then I connected with Professor Gulshan Sachdevaji. He's from JNU. So everything, whomsoever I met, was very supportive to the idea. And I tell you, when I started doing some research on traditional medicine, I just give you just one idea how Ayurveda migrated to Indonesia, because many people do not know about whether there is any linkages with Ayurveda with Jamu. Mid-8th century. Ayurveda is mentioned as Bhaisajya. When I went to understand the word Bhaisajya, then there is a lot of books. Bhaisajya Ratnavali, that is one of the most popular compendia of Ayurveda. And how did I find this? One of my students is doing research on stone inscription of Indonesia, and she finds it, during the king Samarutunga. And it's clearly mentioned there, Sanatana Dharma. Those who upholds Sanatana Dharma, he creates atmosphere like Bhasajya. So Dharma is basically medicine for the health, for the social system. So from onwards, I mean, see, our knowledge traditions, travel through such a long distance, and we have impacted almost each and every walks of life. You talk about culture, tradition, Ramayana, Mahabharata, everything. Then there must have been a process through which Ayurveda went there, but it is not in organized sector. But friends, I'm telling you that I have been translating certain documents which are completely organized. Only thing that IIDC has to procure those books, medicines, as Professor Vati said that it is in the, it's lontar. Lontar is basically palm leaves. A lot of inscriptions are there. So we can, with help of Ayurveda, I think this is just a start. Next, we can have a grand conference in Jakarta, and with the help of RIS, can participate in that, and probably we can create a platform of win-win. Where you see why I say win-win. It would be good for Ayurveda also, because during the translation I found that people are doing the piracy. Sometimes it is not successful, even you invest a lot of money. They brought certain medicinal plants to grow here in Delhi, in Shanghai, somewhere. The same properties like galangal or wild ginger, we call it wild ginger, or different kinds of curcuma. They try to produce those medicinal plants, and then at the end, have 1 year, 2 years continuously giving all the atmosphere, the same soil, same humidity, but the properties were not the same. That was the big problem. So even they tried, but even the properties are not same, the properties are somewhere near. So maybe in Ayurveda, certain medicine plants, they have lost. We can, create an atmosphere where both the parties can benefit. With all this, thankful to the entire community who are here and all the stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. You're all invited for the lunch.
पता ना कुछ छापना चाह रहे थे ना ऑफिस में चाह रहे थे ना पहले भी पता ना नहीं नहीं मैं देखिए अभी पर एक बहुत अच्छी